Oh, here we go.
A very good afternoon to you, ladies and gentlemen, girls and boys, race fans alike. Welcome to the home of horsepower, Sandown International Motor Raceway for round one of the 888 Home Loans Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. The Hugh Gidney Memorial meeting here this weekend, put together magnificently as always by the MG Car Club, and their members pride themselves very much so on running a fantastic race weekend. We have got a fantastic calendar lined up in the 888 Home Loans Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships for this year. Opening weekend this weekend, practice yesterday, qualifying early this morning, racing this afternoon and all day tomorrow. We go to Winton for round number 2 in the 16th of March. Then we go to Phillip Island, May 17, 18, 19. Back here at Sandown for the middle of winter. Great place to be on August 23, 24, 25. The round 5 run by the Mini Club at Phillip Island Grand Prix Circuit. And then Calder. We pulled the wrappers back off Calder and it looked just like we put it away 20 years ago this time, the end of last season. And we'll go back there again in October. Big program here today. A couple of combined categories. A Porsche 944s on track right now, making their way around, being led round by the Victorian Sports Car Championship. The big bangers, the Gods of Thunder at 145, the Sports Sedans. Formula V out on track. Buzzard Hornets at 210. The Hyundai XL, the Stars of the Future at 235. 3 o'clock. VicV8s, big banger V8s out on track. MGs, historic touring cars, MGs, and the rest of the day transpire. Got Jack Atlee right alongside me here. It needs very little introduction. The guy started his racing career, had the car in reverse, took off in his first race and got overtaken by the medical car. Don't tell stories off air, Jack, that you don't want to go air. Welcome, Jack Atlee, to season 2024. Mate, great to see you.
What a way to start, Darren. Thank you very much. Fantastic to be back for the start of a season. Is there a better day in motorsport than round 1 of a season? I don't think so. It's sensational to be back at Sandown. Looking forward to this one, mate.
I'm going to jump off now. We're going to introduce a lady to the team. You know how we've been looking for a lady to join the team. We've got Emma Dean here. She's from the Victorian sports car scene, and we're going to hand over the grid sheet and the call to both you and Emma. Go easy on her, mate, because we want to see some Porsches and Audis, and we also want to see the 944s. But what a way to start things off.
Absolutely.
Porsches on track as well. Welcome, Emma.
Sensational, and a massive big welcome to Emma and to all the people watching all around the world on Glenline TV, and we thank you for tuning in today. We've got a sensational opening race, actually a bit of a mixed grid, and Emma can explain a bit more about this as we get into it, but it's a little bit different this one than the standard 944 category. We've got sports cars involved here. So you've got two different classes of cars, right up to 911, 997 Porsche 911 cars. You've got a whole mix of course, the 944 range. Adam Brewer claiming pole position earlier in qualifying, and Daniel Reynolds claiming pole in the sports car position. So it's certainly going to be an interesting race, this one, Emma. Let's see how we go for race one of the 24 season.
Yeah, can't wait. Daniel Reynolds, PB for today, smashed it by 3 seconds. So he stepped up into a 991, which can't wait to see him give Andy a bit of a run.
Absolutely. There's certainly going to be a fair difference, you would imagine, in speed up the back straight and up the long front straight here in Sandown, but it looks like we are pretty much all set to go for a start of the 24 season.
For sure.
Cars all lined up. Daniel Reynolds sitting on pole there with Andrew Hall next to him, followed by Stephen Sluger, Andrew Smith just behind row 2. Yellow flags are out, so let's see how we go. As we mentioned earlier, revs rise. Start of the 2024 season. Here we go. And they're away. Looks like Hall got a much better start there, by the way, than Reynolds, but they're all away cleanly, thank goodness, as we head down into turn 1 here at Sandown, streaming down this long straight here at Sandown. You can see that it's Andrew Hall who's going to lead the field into turn 1.
We're missing Andy Tudor in the
We
Audi.
are missing Andrew Tudor already in the Audi R8. So
I wonder what's happened there.
he's had some issues off the line there by the looks of it, but
It's a real pity. Look, this series has been great run by Andy Hall. Really dominated by the Porsches. Be great to see the Audi out there, but gee, don't know what happened.
exactly, and they've let the 944 category get away as well, and it's Mark Fedino who leads that field just ahead of Jamie Westaway in the yellow and black car. Cam Balla, the number 55, 4-time champion, sits in third. Ads Brewer, the Black Widow Spider there in the black car, coming under real pressure from Mark Torbis in the yellow car, and Chris Lewis-Williams in the tyre power car also vying for position. They're really going hard. Looks like they've let them get away a little bit later than the Cup cars up the front. So there's effectively 2 big classes, and that's not unusual in racing. You're going to have 2 classes of cars, so you're going to get differences in speeds, but effectively 2 races in 1. So coming into the fast Dandenong Road there, and it's Mark Fedino who leads in the sidling car, shuts the door there on Jamie Westaway in the yellow and black car. Cam Balla slots in third, and Adam Brewer sits in there just behind in fourth. Ads Brewer took pole position this morning, so he'll be keen to jump up the field and see how we're getting on at the front of the field.
Right, we've got Andy being chased by Daniel, which we thought might happen. Steve Sluger's doing well too to come in third, and Andrew Smith coming in fourth. Peter Lawrence for his first race out. Not doing too bad there.
Absolutely. Very challenging place, Sandown. Of course, Sandown can bite. It's effectively 2 long straights with some corners in the middle, but you've really got to get the slipstream and the power down this long straight, and that's exactly what Jamie Westaway is doing in the yellow car there, as he takes full advantage of the slipstream and will lead that field into turn 1. Slides the car slightly wide. Mark Fedino there in the blue and white sidling car tucks up right behind him as well, but that's not too bad, because if they get the drive out of turn 4, which is this corner here, this is what they're all looking for. It's such an important corner at Sandown. You've got to get the drive out of this corner because you've got the long straight all the way up the back straight at Sandown, and this is where you're going to get the most power out of the 944 category.
What speeds are those 944s hitting in the back straight there, Jack?
You're probably touching on 200 k's an hour as they come up just over the rise there, and you're in top gear. You're into 5th gear there. Some guys, a lot of guys actually, will drop it back to 4th as they go through this corner, because they want less work to do when they get down the bottom here, which is what we call Dandenong Road. They want less work to do because that's back to 3rd. You're hard on the brakes. Fedino pretty wide as he tries to get the power out of that corner there. That's hard on the brakes, so you'll then go up to 4th gear through here and through the last couple of corners as you head again onto the long straight here at Sandown. The number 37 there, Chris Lewis-Williams, he is the reigning champion in the tyre power car, and he is now starting to put some real pressure on the black and red car of Adam Brewer. So that'll be a really interesting challenge. The guys, the top 4 or 5 guys here, I can tell you, were covered by less than half a second in qualifying. So you can see how much this category has closed up in the pace in the last year or two. And the number 55 of Cam Balla there, of course, 4-time champion in the category, so knows how to win a race and knows how to win a championship. And you can see how close it is with the top 5 cars there as they head into turn 4, and again, the critical corner almost on the racetrack here at Sandown. Get the drive out of this corner, get close to the wall, and drive it up the long back straight. Speaking of times, though, speaking of speeds, Em, compared to the Cup cars, they're looking at...
These guys are looking at the mid-twos, so coming down those first and back straights, it's hairy, and then coming into turn 2, 3 and 4, you've got to make sure you've got enough speed out of turn 1 to get you through those without bouncing the bum around too much.
Exactly.
Got Daniel Reynolds, he's just posted a 1:13.6 over Andy, 1:13.9, so this is on.
Yeah, absolutely.
I like this.
Absolutely. Completely different cars, effectively. You've got a front-engine car, which is the 944, both Porsches, of course, and we all know globally how good Porsche cars are. But you look at the Cup cars there, they've got the engines in the rear, they've got bigger tyres, they're slightly smaller in length, so there's a hole. They've got a big aero on the back there. You can see the huge wing on the back of those Cup cars there. So totally different cars.
This is Daniel's first time in a 991 competitively, so he's come out of a 997. He's loving the flappy paddles, and he's certainly in the Vee Race, which is great to see.
And that's
in the Shelter Real Estate Porsche.
Absolutely.
Shout out to Zaylee Reynolds, his wife.
Absolutely. Yep. And you can see the speed difference probably there already. We're all only on lap 3 or so, and already the guys are starting to catch the rear of the 944 category as well. But there are no slouches in the 944 category, that's for sure. I mean, as I said, they're hitting well above 200 kilometres an hour as we head up the long straight.
Just in the bottom of the camera, we've got Sal there, 16 years old in the Toyota 86. This is a bit of a warm-up round for him going into...
Hello, bit of a nudge there, bit of fighting between Chris Lewis-Williams on the right there and Adam Brewer, who's just had the nose cut off there by Lewis-Williams. Absolutely, yeah, it's already on round 1. And as you mentioned there in the Toyota 86 there.
Yeah, Jack, we've got a 15-year-old Miley Miller today. She's not out on track. I'd like to know what happened there. But we've also got Sal Imbrogno, 16, using this as a bit of a warm-up for Nationals and scholarship. It's great to see them out. He's had 8. He started at 8.
Amazing.
3 years dirt, 3 years bitumen. There he is in the centre.
Yep, absolutely.
Doing well. He's hoping for a 26 today.
Absolutely.
And so he's in the 28s.
It's another form of car again. That's the
Toyota 86.
Toyota 86 car as well. So very similar actually in weight and specs to a 944 and pace probably as well. But I'm not sure what you were doing when you were 15 or 16, Em, but I'll tell you, when I was 15 or 16, to be out mixing it with these kind of guys and these kind of level of drivers is certainly a hell of an achievement.
I was being kicked out of Hamilton for taking too many photos of rear wings.
Exactly. I won't go into too many details of what I was doing at 15 or 16, but I wasn't mixing it with 911 Cup cars and veterans of the racing industry at one of the toughest racetracks in Australia. So,
oh, look, we've caught them now. So here we've got the 2 991s.
Absolutely.
They've caught up to the mid-pack of the 44s.
They have, and they're already starting to catch those fields. And you'll see this is where the Cup cars will come into their own. It's the long straights here at Sandown. It's just they'd be hitting 240, 250 up the back straight there. So
yeah, but your brake markers are totally different to the 4.4s. The lines are different to the 4.4s. So the dodging that's got to go on, you've got to have a fair bit of skill to get through this pack.
Absolutely, absolutely. It's a weight difference, weight transference as well. Cup cars, the 944 cars really need to be flowed. You can't be too hard on the brakes. So he's already nabbed him there as well. And it's good to see all the guys sort of keeping in their own stretch of territory, I guess, as well.
Well, look, this is Steve Sluga's 3rd year racing.
Yeah.
He's had something like 12 years in club events. It's great to see him out. He's doing so much better than his first year round, so be happy with that.
Yeah, exactly.
Daughter Kathleen going into karting. It's in the blood.
Absolutely. It's sensational to keep the family tradition going, isn't it? Joey Lasagna there, Joey Cullen, just coming under a bit of pressure there as well. You can see Tony Westaway in the orange car and Tony Andrzejewski there, who's great to see him back in the category, the number 27 car there. So he's coming under a bit of pressure there as well. 6 minutes to go. So
it's worth noting that the production sports cars are being sponsored by Sven Burkhardt's company. That's Callis. I've got to get this right because it's a long name. Callis Kenny Interlex Lawyers, hoping to have Sven back later in the year after knee surgery. Be great to see him.
Absolutely. And speaking of sponsors, we've got to send a very big shout out to LK Diesel Service, and we thank them very much for coming on board for the Porsche 944 category this year. It's great to have them, and they're adorned on all the cars, as you can see on the nose of all the cars. So we love our sponsors, and we thank them very much for coming on board, and we wish them a very good year as well.
Sal and Bronio in the mix for the 4-4s.
Absolutely. Coming under real pressure there. Now here is an excellent example of the pace of all three cars. All three cars literally side by side. As you can see, the Cup car there will envelop them as they come down this long straight. Adam Brewer there in the 944 just overtook the Toyota 86 there, but it's getting the power down coming out of those corners as well, and getting to learn the tracks, getting to know the tracks, flowing the car. You've really got three different categories of car affected right across the board, so it's going to be a challenge.
Cars, they can catch anything under braking, so it's really challenging for them to be in the mix coming into a fast turn like that.
Yeah, exactly. And this is where you've really got to be aware of other drivers all around you, and it's great to see everyone's keeping relatively sensible, I guess. There's Mark Torbert's there in the Pipecraft car. We send a big shout out to Tim Wolf, who's actually moved up to the Porsche Michelin GT3 Challenge Series this year, so he's concentrating on that. And
that's a great point that you make. It's worth noting that these guys are owner drivers in the sports car category, so keeping it clean is actually keeping you on track for the next round.
It's a long weekend and it's a long round, absolutely. And there's 3 races this weekend, and we're looking forward to all of them. So yeah, there's got to be
a commitment to sensibility as well as
some
racing.
form of it. You would hope so, and you would think exactly. It's not always easy when the red mist comes down and you get out on the racetrack, of course. But yeah, it's a long weekend, and this place can bite. It may not look too technically challenging, Sandown, but I can tell you firsthand it can definitely bite, and especially this corner here, as Richard Howe, King Richard, as we call him, the veteran of the Porsche 944 category in the number 8 car there, coming under quite a bit of pressure from Jared Campione. Again, one of the category sponsors there in Campione Electrics, really on the rear of King Richard, through the kink there under the bridge at Penrite. Want to get hard on the gas here, drop it back 1 gear there, hard on the brakes, flick it in, turn it right, turn it left, and get real good drive out of this corner, because this corner, last corner on the racetrack, effectively, turn 12. Turn 13 is considered a corner, but is a kink and flat in these cars. Leads onto this long straight here at Sandown.
Gee, it's great to see these guys. It's actually really nice to see these cars that are so evenly matched. You get to see the difference in driving styles and racecraft. I actually like seeing it. It's a little bit like the Excels. It's very even field, whereas our guys, you've got some real differences in the cars apart from all the 991 GT3 Cups.
It's a shame to see Andy Tudor there, as looks like he's either dropped out or had an issue there, I would say, in the Audi R8. Andy Tudor has of course come straight out of the Porsche 944 category and moved up into the sports cars category as well. But so it's a real mix of cars and a real mix of drivers. And great to see Michael Westaway there in the number 45, back in the category again, just sitting behind who we call the boss, Tony Andreski, who's sitting in the beautiful number 27 944 machine as well. But up the front of the field, you've still got, just going through the 944 category, you've still got Mark Verdino there, who's really trying to catch up to Jamie Westaway. Jamie Westaway is a multiple champion, 2-time champion in the category. Real close battle here between the Black Widow Spider and the Baron of Benalla, the current reigning champion. Chris Lewis-Williams there in the number 37 tyre power car. Number 3 there, Adam Brewer, staying in close proximity. So great to see these guys having a really hard-fought battle. You do want to get close to that wall. It's very dramatic, that camera shot at Sandown, but you want to get the drive off that corner because it does lead on to this long straight.
Daniel Reynolds has still got the lead in the production sports, but I feel like we've got Andy Hall in the pits. I'm not sure what's going on there. So Steve Sluger's second, doing quite well, and Andrew Smith, Peter Lawrence in 4th, and Robin Bailey, 72 years young, in the 370Z.
Okay, absolutely. Yep, it looks like Andy Hall is dropping down the list, so he may have an issue there, which is a shame to see. Andrew Hall, very experienced campaigner, knows these cars, and very highly rated race car driver, so not sure what's happened.
Andy's got a lot of... Andy is Cup Car Engineering, obviously, and he's running 6 cars this weekend. We had a retirement yesterday. David came to some grief just before Dandenong Road, but he's running 500 cars out there.
Absolutely, can happen. And again, just getting back to the 944 category, you can see how close this racing has really become now, with the top 5 guys all separated by less than a second, half a second as well. Looks like Adam Brewer is having a lunge under Chris Lewis-Williams there into turn 1. He loves that move, Adam Brewer, and he got it done for a half a moment. But then the veteran, the reigning champion, and a guy who knows all about how to win a race, Chris Lewis-Williams in the number 37, newly liveried number 37 in the tyre power car there. The Baron of Bonello, as we call him, has just shot back under brakes again under turn 1. And again, they drive it up the long back straight, heading behind Cambella, who sitting, of course, behind Mark Verdino, and Jamie Westaway leading out in front in the yellow car.
There's Daniel Reynolds, race leader. It's only 23 seconds between him and Steve Sluga, so I'd say it's a safe bet that Daniel's going to take this out. It's a pity Andy Hall seems to have retired. And Andrew Smith in 3rd, Peter Lawrence in 4th, which was a great result for first day out.
Looks like last lap, as far as we can see. Yes, it is. We just had confirmation it is last lap there, so it'll be Reynolds who will bring home the field, Daniel Reynolds, and he's been the class of the field, you'd have to say, with a 1:13.4 as one of his fastest laps. That is certainly not hanging around, so with a couple of corners to go, it'll be Daniel Reynolds, who we imagine will be just catching the final Toyota 86 there as he comes through the final corner here at Sandown. But for race 1 of the 2024 season, to open his account, it's Daniel Reynolds, who will take the checkered flag in the sports car category as well. He will come home, I would imagine, just in front of Sluga, still going on in the 944 category. Still hard and fast racing out the back there, as we see. Again, Chris Lewis-Williams coming under real pressure from Adam Brewer. They both want to get their titles off to a great start, so they're really fighting hard to get this win. But the yellow car of Jamie Westaway is
Peter
certainly
Lawrence,
leading the field.
The centre screen, we've got him coming home in 4th.
Exactly.
That's another great result for the M4 GT4.
Exactly. Beautiful
First
looking
down.
car too as well.
The
So
livery is fantastic, and they've got another one on the water coming for his son Jacob. They're going to go into GT4 this year.
and his first race, I believe.
First race.
So that's a sensational achievement there, and congratulations, and we wish him all the best with both his racing career and of course this weekend. Cambella there in the green, or Aqua number 55, 4-time champion, just sitting in 3rd. He can't quite get it done against Mark Verdino there, which is a great result for Verdino. So that'll see him coming home in 2nd. But it is the 2-time champion, Jamie Westaway, who comes home and leads the field and takes victory in race 1 of the 944 Challenge category. Mark Verdino home in 2nd. Cambella completes the podium, home in 3rd, ahead of Chris Lewis-Williams, and Adam Brewer will round out the top 5. Very fantastic and close racing there in the 944 category. So as the field continues to flow through.
We've got a playback here. Robin Bailey in the 370 said,
Jared Campione.
Oh, that was a bit close to call. Some new underwear there for someone.
Exactly. Trading a little bit of paint going through turn 6, the fastest corner on the racetrack here at Sandown. So
It is racing.
it is racing, and rubbing's racing, as they say, Emma. So fantastic to have you on board. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Jack.
for
Thanks for having me.
the opening race. And we will now head back to the legend of the State Series, and that is a man by the name of Darren Smith. Thanks very much. Speak to see you soon.
Emma, thank you so much. Your first ever race calling on the State Series, and we didn't just do it for PA, it's gone right around the world. Thank you so much for joining us. How'd you enjoy that?
Stage fright. That's all I can say. Stage fright. I know what's going on in my head, but it couldn't come out the mouth. So
You've done
sorry
well.
about
It's
that.
great working with a legend like Jack Atley, though, isn't it?
Oh, the energy's fantastic.
It is
Love it.
great.
Love it.
Emma, thank you so
Darren.
much. We'll welcome you back, of course, tomorrow for 2 more sports car races, and it's been great to have you here. The obvious is it's great to have a female voice calling car racing. It's fantastic.
Even if I'm not that good.
Oh, well, we'll get you there. We'll get you there.
We will.
2 years
Thank
ago,
you
Jack
so
didn't know
much.
how to speak English, so...
He's come a long way. He has, really. Yeah.
He has. We'll be back with more. We have got plenty coming your way. The big bangers, the sports sedans, are on track next. Back in a moment. Welcome back trackside for the 2024 opening round of the 888 Home Loans Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. The Australian Sports Sedan Association of Victoria, 52 or 53 years old. Mr. Neil will certainly remind me that it'll be 53, I think. I will in a moment certainly introduce my guest who was at the 50th birthday, and he might remember. Cars rolling out on the track for the big bangers of Australian motorsport, the bespoke sports sedans. You won't find these things in this sort of trim anywhere else in the world. In fact, our viewers that join us internationally on the Blendline TV telecast of the 888 Home Loans Series often will weigh in and say, what are these beasts? I've never seen anything like them. I'm coming to Melbourne. I'll be there tomorrow. I want to see the sports sedans. I agree, 100%. Ever since I was a kid and watching Bob Jolly and Dom Beninca charge up the back straight here, and the likes of Barry Bray and his stands, I just loved these cars. I'm super privileged. We all are super privileged right now to have a national champion of the category right alongside me. He spells his surname different to me. It's Darren Hossack, not Darren Smith. Daz, welcome to round one of the sports sedans, and I guess a category that you called home for a long time and had some really cool success in as well.
Yeah, thanks, Daz. Look, I've said for a long time sports sedans are very close to my heart. I still call them my home category because I know I can keep in touch with a lot of the current competitors and everything, and anytime there's a race at Sandown that has sports sedans on the track, I'm pretty keen to come up here to the best seat in the house.
Is it the best seat though?
Well,
is the best seat with your onesie and your helmet on?
Well, look, all right. This side of the fence. this side of the fence.
Well, thank you very much, Dan. It's always great to get your insight as the race wears on and we start to, I guess, investigate the human condition and the car condition as to how the drivers will be feeling. Obviously, round one, nerves will be a bit high. There'll be certainly some deep breaths and pulling on the harnesses in the marshalling area before heading out. Yeah,
that's right. And, you know, it's widely known that Sandown has, you know, one of the more challenging corners in Australia in turn 6 up the back. And I can tell you in a sports sedan, it grabs your attention. So, you know, if the guys didn't run yesterday, they've only done a few laps this morning in qualifying. I can tell you they'll still be building up to how deep they can get into turn 6 and how much speed that they can carry through there. But just having a look at the grid sheet there, you know, front rows looking pretty normal and everything. But there's a couple of guys, the likes of Brett Dickey, that would probably like to move forwards in that beautiful Honda. I mean, that's a full-on proper sports sedan, and I know Brett pretty well, and I'm pretty sure he'd be keen to move that car forwards.
The Bollards Direct Honda will be starting out of position 5. Pole position is Jim Policino out of New South Wales, Dean Cam in that Corvette, Francois Habib, reigning champion, Kevin Stoopman, turbocharged, 4-wheel drive, tyre power Evo off position number 4. Brett Dickey in the Bollards Direct Honda looking brilliant with its Bollards Direct stickers down the side. Alan Nash, John Ippolito, Travis Condon, a guy that ran the National Series last year in that little green Corolla. It is an immense race car. Back to Greg Lynch, Ben McLeod. In fact, Greg Lynch, is he not there?
No, there's
doesn't look like he's made it out there. No, he's not. Brian Finn's next. Graham Gilliland, the 20B Rotary, right in the middle of our screen there. It will be fast. Back to Michael Luff, Scott Stevenson, Adrian Brown in the mini turbocharge, Rand McGlurkin and Darden Brown. Revs rise at the front. Will it be the supercar or will it be the superest of cars? The 66, Dean Cam proves it. Off the line, bang, he goes. The 97 of Ippolito gets away beautifully as well. Travis Condon, clean air, but have a look, he's coming up through the dirty stuff right down the left-hand side of the track. Disappears back in. Cam takes the lead. Round one, turn 1 for the Victorian Sports Sedans. The Groove Train Eastland event slots into P1. No stranger to winning races in the Victorian Championship. Stoopman bouncing it off the curbs there. Commodore behind, keeping it all together. That's the 97 at Toledo. Got a great start there. There's Brett Dickey, winds up the turbo on that Honda. Graham Gilliland's got himself some positions. There's that awesome little Mini of Adrian Reed. I tell you what, they pack some stuff in the engine bay of that Mini, Darren.
Yeah, there's not a lot of room in a Mini, and anyone with a sports sedan Mini does well to get everything required.
And they've got turbo in there as well, just to make it difficult.
There was probably a 300mm spare or something to whack the turbo in there. I'll tell you what, like Dean Cam, you've got to give him credit for his start. So, I remember he said to me, hold me up off the start. And I said, are you kidding me, mate? And he's just made one of his typical Dean Cam starts, and he snuck away, got the lead, and he's looking quite comfortable out there.
I tell you what, it is interesting because Jim Policina did a 1:12.8. And that was 0.8 of a second faster than Dean. So that McDonald's clad front end of that Commodore there is going to come at him pretty hard. Lots and lots of data for an ex-supercar here from many, many years of supercars doing laps. This is the thing with sports sedans. They're so bespoke, you can't call on anyone else's data to help you, can you?
No, every car's got its strengths and weaknesses. It was interesting there just to see Dean Cam just blocking a bit of fresh air down the straight. So he probably doesn't need to be defending so hard. But yeah, oh gee, that's tight through turn 4 up onto the curb. Yeah, that's exactly right. Particularly when you've got ex-supercars out there, you know, there'll be certain corners where the Policina car's probably cornering a little bit quicker than Dean's car. But one of the things with Dean's car is it gets going well in a straight line. So he's probably pretty safe down the straights now that he's got the lead.
How cool is it to see Alan Nash back in that Jack Daniels liveried Commodore there as well, but he had got Travis Condon all over the back of him. This guy comes with so much energy to the racetrack. He wants to be at the pointy end of the field, and has there ever been a Corolla with so much mumbo that drove round the outside of a supercar like that? And Travis in car number 8, the soda blasting entry. What a ripping little Corolla. It leaves number 11s out of every corner.
Yeah, he drives it really well, Travis, and yeah, I've got a little bit to do with Travis and that car, more from advice point of view, and it's a pretty rapid little car, and what I can tell you is he's building a new one that's hopefully going to be a bit quicker than this one.
So, just watching there as well, Brett Dickey's making his way back up through the field. And there's the Nash car as well. Brian Finn's going through on him there. I wonder if there's an issue with the JD number 11 car there. It's a Perkins Engineering chassis. Here comes McLeod. It looks like a supercar, but it's actually a bespoke sports sedan. So don't be confused, Michael Luff. That was the white Commodore we saw over on driver's left at the start. He's going very well at all. Indeed, have a look at Kevin Stupin. There's hardly a race car that he hasn't strapped himself into. Famous for HQs and saloon cars. Awesome in improved production. I think this car, he might have a separate improved production Evo that he uses, but boy, oh boy, it's one of those turbo cars. Oh, Graham Gilliland goes around in the Melton Bodyworks entry, G&G engineering outfit. Bollard's direct blazing across the front of his RX-7. That's a shame. There's Adrian Reed. Let's see how stable this thing is. It's a square. It's as wide as it is long.
I'm just noticing there Kevin Stoopman actually dropping down through the order there. It looked like, just as we went out of shot there, that he had a bit of a problem and Brett was getting around him. So sounds like he's coming to the pit. So that's a real shame for Stoopman. We just, you gave him the commentator's curse.
Well, Kev will probably have a HQ and a saloon car here this weekend as well, so he won't miss out on laps. Fastest lap to Dean Cam, a 1:13.51. We're quite a way off what is the sports sedan lap record here at Sandown, which keeps it moving over the last little while. It's Thomas Randall landed it at this race meeting last year, and it's now a 107.44. So I don't need to tell you, that's 6 seconds away from where we are currently. So when you start to look at that, of course, that car was shod with a very special sticky set of Michelins on it on that day. But certainly it is that's a national level car that was coming here to hunt lap records, clearly. Yeah,
100%. I mean, special tyres, special car and special driver. You know, that's what a professional driver does in a good car. You know, that's... 7's pretty rapid round here. I've never done it myself, but I've done an 8.1 and they're well past that now. But make no mistake, you know, the track's probably not in the greatest of shape today. So to be fair to these guys, to be punching around in 13s, you know, that's fast for Sandown. And just having a look here, I mean, the race is on at the front, isn't it? You know, like there's not much in it, half a second in it.
Half a second in here, Dean Cam is in front of Jim Policina in his own right. He's not holding him up in any way, stretch of the imagination here. There's a good gap. It's not like he's on the back bumper trying to get through here. The 66, as always, being driven very, very well. Dean, of course, as always, training for the next triathlon in the series to get out there and compete in that as well. Loves his racing. Saw him talking to Rowan Ambrose, a couple of guys that raced RX-7s in the old club car days together this morning. Of course, Cadell Ambrose, who's the reigning champion in XLs. Can't wait to see what's next in Cadell's career. Really looking forward, and I think he had a drive of Tony Grove's Mark car, which is a sports sedan, and maybe we might see him in this. But Dean doing a tremendous job. Geez, he's had some laps in this car over time. He raced back in the Kerrick series, in the Kerrick's National Sports Sedan, travelled the countryside. Here's Brett Dickey now, currently in 4th. He's made up 2 spots from 6th. And that car, that Bollard's direct livery, just absolutely pops out of the side of the car. When I saw it earlier on in the week, I went, that's going to look fantastic on screen. Boy, doesn't it ever. Yeah,
Brett's car's a great car, and it's obviously a true sports sedan, being a space frame style car. It's unfortunate with Brett's other commitments these days that they don't get the car out as often as they'd like and we'd like, but we're fortunate enough this weekend that they've dragged it out. And Brett's running around quite well. There's no doubt it'll be a while since they've run the car here at Sandown in a competitive form. So, to be running around P4, fastest lap of a 13.9. They're 4/10 off the quickest lap of the race. So that's a good start for them.
That is a good start. And of course, if you want to hear the Brett Dickey story and the Darren Hossack story, check out Grassroots Racing podcast on Speed Cafe. You can catch up with all of their elongated stories, and his story, like yours, Daz, I guess is still being written. He's off to the US, to the Circuit of Americas in 2 weeks' time, and then again his assault on Pikes Peak. So international man of mystery is Brett Dickey these days, and we'll all be cheering him on at Pikes Peak. And past there, Condon goes through again on the Black Commodore. He is finding some pace late in the running here. 1 minute and 20 seconds left in this race for these guys, but have a look at that Corolla.
These guys are having a good race, actually, because we didn't see it, but obviously there's been a few passes made backwards and forwards, and Travis, he's just outbraked himself down at turn 1, gets the car back on and manages to maintain position there. But they've had a ripper race so far, because Travis is obviously very strong in that part of the circuit leading up towards the end of the lap, and he's been able to get past Nash there both times. But obviously the Commodore's got strengths in other areas, which maybe we're about to see here at the end of the straight. It'll be interesting to see how the straight line handling goes of both cars.
Darren, you did this for years, and you're still involved in your RX2 in historic touring cars as well. What are the drivers feeling now after 7 laps around Sandown?
Well, probably if your Dean cam out in front, the noises and vibrations that start going on, that you start imagining, they'll be there. The tyres will be, probably pretty squirmy by now. It doesn't take too long in a sports sedan to make the tyres feel pretty average. But with 2 laps to go, Dean looks like he's just managing this. He's done enough laps now and seen where Jim's strengths and weaknesses are. So Dean looks like he's just driving as fast as he needs to win this race. But I think Jim's probably got some other ideas. I think it's still, it's still anyone's game. I mean, once again, we can see there the strength of the Corvette is the straight line speed. And when you've got straight line speed at Sandown, it's very, very hard for a car that doesn't have that to be competitive.
Darren, as a driver and as a race engineer, you don't spend all that much time on your straight line speed, do you? You spend most of your time trying to tune the car to get around the corners, don't you?
That's exactly right, but Sandown's a little bit unique in that it's largely 2 drag strips. So for me, if I'm helping someone with a car here, we're looking at good drive traction. Braking is very, very important. I mean, braking here is important as what, getting the power down to the ground is. And as we all know with Sandown, there's a lot of bumps. So you need the car to be able to ride the bumps, and that goes hand in hand with actually having good traction and also good braking capabilities.
Policina now on the attack. He's seen the last lap board. He's going to show the nose. This guy's done a lot of TCM racing. He's done a lot of Super 2 and Super 3. He knows he won't mind a little bit of a bump and a tag with only a couple of corners to go. You're not going to get a penalty, because the next flag they see will be the checkered flag. The McClurkin Nissan got some smoke coming out of the back there, but it's not short of speed. Cam looks to get through on the inside here. No, just a little bit far off. Let's hope that Brand has seen it. This is it for Policina. Does he get to look down the inside, or is Cam there? Cam's in. That blocks off that passing manoeuvre for the red Commodore. Coming through the Mocom entry. Cam now gets the power down. He's going to be trying to hold the middle of the road here, just so that Jim can't get the nose in and try and run at the race. The drag will be to the flag, and I reckon the Corvette has got the money as they point out of the final corner, and the checkered flag is out to complete race number 1 of the Groove Train Eastland, racing for the sports sedans in Victoria for round 1. And Dean Cam takes the chocolates at the moment, but I'm going to suggest, and I'll put this to you, Darren Hossack, Jim Policina was watching how to behave around Dean Cam, and I don't reckon those guys have raced each other before, so Jim's probably just feeling it out.
Yeah, that's right. It was actually interesting there coming through turn 4 onto the back straight. Jim showed the nose, and Dean actually drove the car in a little bit hard and missed the apex and got up on the curb. And that hurt his exit of turn 4, and Jim then actually had a good run onto the back straight. But what Dean Cam did well there is he used the lap car to his advantage to pretty much shut down any passing move that Jim could put on, knowing that his drive traction and horsepower was superior to what Jim had. He did all he had to do there to win the race.
Graham Gilliland in the 20B RX-7. Love the sound of this car. It's the only rotary we've got out there this weekend. I believe there's a couple more going to be joining us throughout this season. But that 20B screen, just magnificent. 767B Mazda Le Mans cars sound pretty much the same. Dean Camp takes the win to Jim Policina. Francois Habib in the 23, the defending champion, home in P3. Results on the screen now for you. Dean Cam the win, and congratulations to the driver of 66 there. Well done, Dean. Jim Policina home in P2, and for me, I think he's just feeling out his way in the Victorian State Sedan Series. Francois Habib, Brett Dickey home nicely out of 6th, into 4th in car number 29, the Honda. Ippolito in the 97, back to Brian Finn in the 88. Ben McLeod took a lot of trophies last year in the number 72, up into 7th place there. So that's a good finish for Ben, a good bloke and a strong racer there as well. Travis Condon then back to Alan Nash. Graham Gilliland in there as well. Michael Luff in the white Commodore. Ram McGlurkin Sr. we just saw on screen towards the end of that race. Bruce Henley brought it home in the 67A, guys, synonymous with racing here in Victoria, and they've all done a tremendous job. So Adrian Reed, Stevenson in there as well in the 67. So good to see that car home there as well. Darren Hossack, thank you so much again for, Scott Stevenson there in the 67, making it home. Greg Lynch and Darden Brown rounding it out. Formula B's are on track next. Here's Greg. He didn't make it home. He looks like he's had an early quit in that race. But Daz, thank you so much for your time. Hopefully you can join us tomorrow at some stage for one of the 2 races tomorrow. Not
radio control car race tomorrow, Daz. But always a pleasure. Thanks for having me. And yeah, it looks like it's going to be an exciting weekend of racing in all classes.
Thanks very much, Darren. It's great to have you here. We'll be back with Formula V's in just a couple of moments.
Welcome back to Sandown Motor Raceway. Formula V about to head out onto the racetrack. I'm Dan McCarthy. Alongside me, the very regular Formula V commentator, Steve DeFries. Great to be back. It seems like just yesterday we were finishing the season at Calder.
Well, it was 4 months ago we finished the season at Calder. 3 months ago if you went to Island Magic at the end of November. And I think you and I were talking about this a little while ago, but if you haven't gone back to Blendline TV from November last year and watched that last race for the trophy for Phillip Island Formula V, go back and watch it after today's broadcast is over. It was probably the best finale we had, and we're going to now start the season 3.5 months later, and the expectations are super, super high for the GR Motorsport Electrics Formula V field. So really keen to see what happens here as we have a look at Sandown International Motor Raceway, a place that's been around for well over 60 years, as old as Formula V is in this country. And you've got 13 turns here around the just over 3 kilometre circuit. Some passing zones down at turn 1, turn 2, 3 and 4, and then down at Dandenong Road. They are the prime opportunities to dive under your opponent under brakes. Down here at turn number 1, as illustrated by the Hyundai Excels. Be careful at inside curb. Be careful of the cars coming through at short notice, because there's a gravel trap sitting there waiting for you if you make a mistake. You've got to use the curbs at turn 2 and 3, and then you've got to use the exit at turn 4 as much as you can, but just avoid getting that wall, because you lose your momentum all the way through the inconsequential corner at turn 5, up towards terminal velocity at turn 6, and then down the hill through the S's. Prime passing spot under brakes here at Dandenong Road at turn number 9. Again, good exit out of there, through a nothing corner at turn 10, into the final complex of corners, and back around to the start-finish straight. It's a little over 3Ks, this place. It's got plenty of history here, and it always is a great place to kick off the Victorian State Race Series.
Certainly is. Now, last year we saw Reef McCarthy dominate the Formula V championship, winning almost every single race. It was a simply remarkable performance from the youngster. But he is not with us this season, and it has certainly opened the door for many people to take the championship. We do not know who the favourite is.
Well, looking at things here, I put in about half a dozen different people potentially could be up for a race win, let alone a podium position this weekend. But I didn't pick this. I didn't pick Ash Quiddington making a late entry and getting a 2/10 margin on Jake Rowe there in the GR Motorsport Electrics car for pole position. So that's a great welcome back to Ash Quiddington. And he only does a couple of rounds here and there. So he's got the number 12 on pole. Back on the second row there, you've got Nick Jones and Lee Partridge, who finished 3rd and 2nd, respectively, to Reef McCarthy last year. So they're both looking to go, in their cases, a couple of steps better this year. Andre Curran in the Aussie Boat Sales Sabre, he's out of 5th place. That's a car that was campaigned by JRD last year. They've actually taken a sabbatical as well this year. So that's an interesting demographic to think about as well, that no JRD cars on the field this year, but they've all gone their separate ways. Same with Ash Clifford. He was sort of under that little umbrella for the last several seasons. He's out on his own. He's got a 6th place start. Nick Kerr there in 7th place in the Silver Fox Racing Sabre. He's the second best of the Silver Fox cars in that group. Then John Casamati's actually 8th in the number 25. Brock Hamilton's the best of the Acura Motorsport cars. The 17-year-old from Mafra has done quite well in these limited outings in Formula V so far. He'll start 9th. And it's a big welcome back to Adam Nicholson. It's about 12 months almost to the day that he last set foot in a Formula V, and with a very, very hotly contested qualifying, he was probably the unlucky one to miss out. There was some very, very fine margins in there, and he's going to start 10th. Look a bit further down the order. Josh Munro had an off in qualifying, so he caused a small red flag. Another one of the drivers that's missing this year is Heath Collinson. His Sabre has found a new home with Cameron Bell there in 16th. So Cameron's getting used to a new car this weekend. So he's got a little bit more learning to do just to get his head around how it operates. And then we round out the field with Charlie Richardson, Rocco Spindley, Rob Viles back after about 8 months out, having had an accident at Phillip Island in May last year. So plenty of rebuild for the number 7 Jacer. Good to have Rob back there as well. Claudia Lennox in 20th. And then the last car on the grid is Kelly Egan in 21st in the number 42 entry. So good, healthy field of Formula Vs. Good way to start the series. The sun's finally just poked through Dan McCarthy in the last sort of hour. It's been grey skies up until about lunchtime, but sun is shining brightly, and beautiful conditions to go racing.
Yes, certainly is. The sun's got a bit of a sting to it now, hasn't it?
Yeah, it has actually.
There's quite a headwind yesterday. I was here at the circuit yesterday. Quite a headwind. There's no wind at all today. And yeah, real sting in the sunlight as we have a look at the events to come. Of course, round 1 here at Sandown, round 2 at Winton in just under a month's time. Then Phillip Island back here in August. Then we go over to Phillip Island for round number 5, what would traditionally be the season finale. But as we saw last year, Calder is back in Victoria, and boy, are we glad to have it back. And yes, that will round out the season once again at the end of October. Certainly a few rounds for all the drivers in all of the categories to sink their teeth into.
Absolutely. Now, a couple of the categories, Formula V included, they're not going to be doing the full gamut of 6 rounds in the Victorian State Race Series this year. They'll do 5 of them. The round that they are going to miss at this stage is the September round at Phillip Island. So they'll do Sandown, Winton, and then Phillip Island, and then Sandown, and then they will skip the Phillip Island round. They'll go and do Calder. So that'll be their 5 rounds. In the same way that Improved Production's not here this weekend, they're missing this round. They're also going to miss round 5 at Phillip Island. They're going to do 4 of the 6 rounds. It's sort of an approach we're starting to see some of the categories take, just to give everybody a little bit of an opportunity to go racing at different parts in the country, because there's a few different events going on throughout the year. There's things like national challenges for Formula V, Improved Production. There's things going on at Bathurst. They're all over the place. So giving a little bit of an opportunity for drivers to just experiment, do something a little bit different if their heart desires.
And it gives other categories a chance to come on board. VicV8s we often see for round 4. They've got their own standalone round as well this weekend. So yeah, VicV8s and sports sedans out there, they normally share the racetrack. So it's certainly, if you don't do all the rounds, it gives other categories a bit of a go. We've got sports cars here this weekend. They're not doing all the rounds. So categories will chop and change throughout the year. But this is what I've been very much looking forward to. As we say, it's a pretty open championship. So many. I reckon there's at least 6 or 7 competitors that can win the championship this year. I think consistency will be key come October.
I think it's a very, very big talking point. You've got to make sure you finish races. You've got to make sure you put points on the board, because as we saw last year, just like 1 or 2 DNFs can ruin it for you. And you know, when Heath Collinson was in the championship last year, it was an early DNF that put him on the back foot, and he sort of never recovered from it because McCarthy was so dominant. He couldn't have the opportunity to hang there with him. But there's as you said, at least a half a dozen drivers could probably put their hand up for a podium this year alone, and that means the championship is scheduled to be fairly tight.
Contrary to his season last year, Heath Collinson was the mark of consistency when he won that title. He won 1 race, was it? That
one
season
race
before.
And McCarthy had at least 2 DNFs.
And that's what won him the title come Phillip Island at the end of 2022, and what was a nail-biting finale. Let's hope we have something like that again this year. I would certainly not put it past them. This is going to be really good. We've got Quiddington on the front row alongside Jake Rowe. As we say, Nick Jones and Lee Partridge on the second row, Curran and Clifford round out the top 3 rows. We are looking for the lights. They are on. We are seconds away from the start, and away we go. Pretty equal jump between the top 2 on the front row of the grid. Is that Casamati? It is, yes.
Yeah, slow car away in the middle of the field. John Casamati out of about 8th place. He's the one that's at the back of the field. They're just crawling towards the yellow line of safety on the right-hand side. He's got going now, but he has lost a ton of time and room. Few lockups here. You've got to see Lee Partridge right under the rear gearbox of Jake Rowe going into turn number 1, getting very, very tight, close for comfort there. Big lockup from the pole sitter in Ash Quiddington on the front right Dunlop tyre going into turn 2. That was a bit unusual. A little bit of early nerves, I think, here. A few people just maybe just leaving their braking a touch too late. Got to settle that down, get into the groove here very, very quickly. Heading up the back straight for the first time. Big long line of Formula Vs. Ash Quiddington out in front. Rose maintained his 2nd place start, and it looks like Partridge has managed to get the better jump on Jones. In fact, Partridge swings to the inside of the track. They're going to look at a possible 3 wide going into turn number 6, but wisely backs out of it. Rowe goes the long way around, assumes the race lead. Partridge tucks back into 3rd.
Very, very impressive move there by Jake Rowe. Time that to perfection, swung around the outside, and he leads. But it's going to be a bit of a chess match, shall we say. This often in Formula V, but particularly here at Sandown. They're just going to try and find each other's strengths and weaknesses in these first couple of laps. There's no breakaway early on this first lap. Oh, somebody's wide.
Yeah, that looked like it was going to be the number 95, Kira Stinger of Adam Nicholson, potentially wide over the back of the ripple strip on the last proper corner here on the circuit. And he might have lost a spot or 2 there. could see that Nick Kerr gained a couple of spots. He'd gained 2 over Andre Curran and Ash Clifford in all of that. So he's had a very handy start. Second in the line of the Silver Fox Sabre 02s. It's a bit of a mouthful to get out sometimes. So many Sabres out there. Got Sabres in the top 6, and Andre Curran's just tucked in behind that green and highlight blue machine there of Nick Kerr in 6th place. So no early breakaway. So that was the hallmark we've seen in the last couple of seasons. It's always been, Reef and Heath, or Reef and Jake Rose sort of jumping away to an early couple of seconds lead, and once they're gone, the pack struggles to catch them. But we don't have that this time around, and that's why I say this is going to be one of the closest championships, I think, this year. My gut feeling just tells me that there's something is going to be ultra special this year, given how close the qualifying was, given how close the racing is already, and with the seasoned veterans taking a sabbatical, it just opens the door. People are going to be hungry for this Formula V title this year.
We saw behind the runaway winner last year, Reef McCarthy, the fight for second was fantastic all season long. And in the end, it went to the man who is at the head of the field at the moment. But yeah, there's 5 or 6 cars that really could have taken second in the championship last year. And that I expect to see that fight for the title this year.
Absolutely. There goes Lee Partridge. He assumes the race lead in the Working Drones Australia Sabre. Car number 28. New colour schemes for this year from plenty of drivers in the field. That one's probably the most noticeable of all of them. If you train your naked eye, you'll make an unremarkable observation. It looks like a Porsche livery from back in the day. So it has got that sort of resemblance to it. It's done a very, very nice job putting that livery together.
Certainly has. Certainly have. It looks, really good. It's hard to get used to Lee Partridge in a white and black machine, but it really does. It's really nicely presented. Jake Rose certainly not changed his livery. That looks as good as it always does in the number 66 machine. He's moved up to second on this lap. Now sits behind Partridge as they go up the back straight one more time. Here he goes, pulls to the inside. Is he going to have a look? We saw him overtake on the outside earlier. This time he's got the move done even before the corner. So Jake Rowe takes the lead for the first time this race. He's already pulled a little bit of a margin on Lee Partridge, but you're going to have to do more than that to break the toe here at Sandown International Raceway. So they go under the Penrite Bridge. I think the top 6, maybe even the top 4 now, beginning to break away from the rest of the pack as we see Andre Curran make a move up the inside. Nope, not quite able to pull it off on this occasion. Has to settle back in behind as they come onto the pit straight. That is the end of lap number 3. They are going to be 3 wide now, down in towards turn number 1. And here we are. You can see him on the screen.
Certainly do. And going back to the lead of the race is your pole sitter here in car number 12 in Ash Quinton. Looks like a bit of bodywork came up from someone's car back there. Might have been the number 5 machine of Brock Hamilton. I thought, like you, I thought someone was putting their hand up there, but it looks like it's a piece of bodywork that's just come adrift on one of those cars back there. Get a bit more of an accurate look at that, hopefully, as they come through this sequence of corners here. There goes 5th, 6th. Yeah, look at that. Brock Hamilton, that's part of the engine cover, has come loose on the right-hand side of that car. So the stewards will be taking a good look at that. They won't want to see any of the bodywork go flying. It's actually getting worse.
It's waving to the fans as it goes up the back straight.
It's waving to the officials on the inside because there's no fans up the back hill there. But no, I think they'll be very quick to pull that car in because that could fly off and take out or end up in another competitor's cockpit there. There's a whole bunch of little screws and clamps that go into securing that rear engine cover bodywork. And I'd say one of those possibly either has failed or not been locked into place correctly. And with the wind and the buffeting going on at the speeds they're travelling, it's actually just torn that to pieces. So that'll be a bit of an effort to get that back together. Out will come the purple race tape. I'm sure there's some of that left in the country at the moment, considering the amount of purple cars that are in the field here. I'm not sure if Brock even is aware that that's what's going on there. Looks like he's continuing on. Yeah, he is continuing on. So again, as I said, the officials will be taking a very close look at that and just assessing whether that actually poses an inherent danger to any of the other competitors.
Or 4 wide nearly. Down into turn number 1, I think that was a bit of an illusion, but there goes the number 11 machine of Jones up the inside of Partridge. And Rowe having a look at the number 12 machine of Quiddington, the head of the field. These 4 have certainly broken away.
Yep, they've put the hammer down and cleared out. Andre Curran has now cleared Adam Nicholson and has gone through to 5th place, and he's going to try and sort of reach out and see if he can touch the back of Nick Jones and try and catch up. But with all the fighting going on, they've stolen a march, and there it is. Mechanical flag, or black flag for car number 5, so they will have to bring the Acura Motorsports Jacer, the one that's waving there, into pit lane and rectify that damage. I'm not sure if they'll just rip the cover off or if they'll try and secure it down. Either way, they will have to bring that car in.
It's not going to be good aerodynamically, let's be honest, up and down these long straights, the back straight and the front stretch as well. It's certainly going to be slowing the car down, having that much air interference.
A bit further down the field now, so you've got Mick Fisher locked in combat with Rob Vile here, and Rocco Spinley in another one of the Jacers sort of tacking onto the back of this group here. So and then Charlie Richardson, the 4th Jacer in the queue. So 4 Jacer pilots all in a row there, and then Cameron Bell, who's, as we said earlier, coming to grips with that new Sabre 02 that he's grabbed from Heath Colson Championship winning car, all very wide for Rob Vile. He's going to lose the spot to Mick Fisher down the front straight here, so that's costly if you run a bit too aggressively into the last sequence of corners. That's what happens. Back to the front of the field here, and car number 11, Nick Jones, takes his turn at the front, so he's made a pass in the last sort of 30 seconds while we were looking at the lower part of the field, and going to the lead of the group. So this group has about a 3-second margin back to Adam Nicholson and Andre Curran, who have traded places again back there in 5th and 6th, and Nick Kerr's just lost some touch. He's now running solo on his own. He's got nobody to draft. Actually, no, he's got Ash Clifford behind him. Sorry, I do apologise. Ash is tucked into the slipstream of car number 40 there, heading up the hill. Way back to the front. So this is the ever-evolving game of chess in Formula V. Who wants to lead, who wants to follow, who wants to position themselves perfectly for a run to the checkered flag. Here at Sandown, the important part is you've got to be in position to make that passing move heading down towards Dandenong Road, because it's not like Phillip Island where you can be the second man out of the last 2 corners and have a plethora of front straightaway to out-drag your opponent to the line. You don't have that luxury here because the run isn't really big enough from Dandenong Road up to the last sequence of corners. Oh, we've got, looks like a bit of smoke coming from the back of Claudia Lennox's number 96 there as well. Did have one earlier in the day in qualifying with the Jacer of Charlie Richardson, where the rocker cover was a little bit loose and leaking a little bit. There was a little bit of smoke there, but that looks like it was a fairly decent amount of smoke coming out of the back of the number 96.
Nick Jones, not the last time through, the lap before, set the fastest lap of the race, and then on the last lap, again, he was quickest of the bunch in there, and he's moved forwards to the front of the field. As we look a little bit further back.
Oh, spin for Mick Fisher. Oh, come off the last proper sequence of corners, and probably got a little bit too happy on the loud pedal there, and looped the builder's crane hire machine and safely out the way.
It's not been a great day for him so far. Didn't put enough fuel in for qualifying, and
yeah, we heard that
stop on the final lap of the qualifying session. So good to see they've got a bit of fuel back in the machine and it's out there running.
Well, the only thing that's going well for Mick Fisher is the new helmet looks great on his head. It's actually a tribute helmet to Ayrton Senna, one of his favourite drivers. So just don't be fooled. It's not Ayrton Senna behind the wheel of a Formula V. It's actually Mick Fisher.
As they come across the line to complete yet another lap. 4 minutes left on the clock. We're certainly getting towards the closing stages of this race. But between the top 4, they are as close as they have been. 6/10 across the line. They're certainly closer than that as they head into turn number 1. Oh, that's close. You don't want to interlock wheels in Formula V cars, that's for sure. As we see Partridge on the outside for position number 3. Jones has gone from, he was in first position when they crossed the line. He is now 4th and using a lot of curb there. He'd have felt that through his back.
Yeah, he absolutely would have felt that through his back. That was quite a nasty jolt there. Now we go a bit further down the order. The returning Shane Purvis in the Joust Racewear and Ball and Racing Development tribute livery. Number 6 there. He's in 10th place, so good return for him. Casamati's made some storming progress through the field after that really ordinary and tardy start. And he was way off the back of the field at the beginning of the race, so he's moved himself all the way back to 11th place. So that's a great recovery drive from John, almost back to where he started.
Absolutely. I think Nick Jones there had a little bit of a look at the 3rd place man of row, but might drop him back a little, and it has. Is there a problem for Nick Jones? He was so dominant for a couple of laps, and he's dropped back off the top 3.
2 spots for Casamati there. He goes right around the outside. Darren Power now puts him back up into 9th place. So he started 8th, which is where Ash Clifford is, and he's several seconds up the road right now. So I don't think he'll be catching the back of Ash Clifford in the next couple of laps. There's only 2 3/4 minutes remaining, plus a lap. It is, of course, a timed race. All races this weekend should be set to, I think, around 20 minutes of time. So just do the math on that. Right now we've completed 8 laps, so it could be a better part of 10 to 11 laps. So it's actually a pretty good return lap count-wise for the field. You can just see, yeah, the differences there with the drivers that are just using the curbs just gently compared to what Nick Jones did on the last tour. This pair, I think, are catching. They look like they're catching, but at the same time, the gap looks the same at the back here. Maybe they've just dropped away a little bit in the last sort of couple of minutes, but they were maintaining that gap, and I think it's just spilled out maybe a little bit to by about 4/10 or so, just by looking at the timing. So they've tried and they've tried, but I don't think they're going to have much more luck to catch the back of this leading group of 4, who are actually coming up on Brock Hamilton, who they've actually put back out after rectifying the bodywork issue in the last sort of 3 or so minutes.
Yes, absolutely. Hopefully Hamilton will not play a deciding factor. I don't think so. Hamilton showed enough pace to stay ahead of these 4, but who is going to take the win out of these 4? That's the question. Just over a minute left on the clock, probably a couple of laps to go.
I'd say probably be 2 more laps, given the times are about 1:28. Look at the clock that's there. It'll be time plus 1 lap, so probably 2 more to go, including the lap we're on right now.
I was just about to say, and it's come up on the screen. Brilliant work from Blendline TV. Rowe, fastest lap of the race last time through. He's already down to 3rd.
Twitchy, very twitchy under brakes there for Ash Whittington in the IASIS number 12. He looked like he might have been a little bit out of control there as he pushes the limits, trying to get back past Lee Partridge, but you don't want to pull that trigger too early, because there's still going to be at least another lap to go. This is the moment that you need to sort of set it up, coming out of turn number 4. That's the opportunity you've got to take there. Josh Munro in the 76 looking down the inside here of Shane Purvis. This is for 11th, 12th, 13th, and they've got Malachi Windsor back there in 14th. In fact, Munro opened the door there for the Acura car, Darren Power, to go sailing on through into turn number 2. Didn't want to do that too many times. As I was saying, this is the drive here, out of this corner here, up the back chute, and then passing to go over the top of the hill, and then down into turn number 6 and hold down into Dandenong Road. That's where your opportunity is going to come to get your final finishing position here at Sandown. Oh no, Adam Nicholson. That's down at Dandenong Road, turn number 10. Now that will cause a problem, because any passing getting up over the top of the hill will be sort of fraught with danger, because there'll be yellow flags at the top of the hill as well as what is down at Dandenong Road, and Nicholson's going nowhere. So whether or not I don't think they can call the race this early, because the leaders have actually just gone through and taken the last lap board. So this is crucial. All the passing that's going to happen here is going to happen right now, because I don't think they're going to have an opportunity up the top towards turn number 6. It's getting very willing. Nick Jones has gone to the front of the group here. He's timed that run super well, and Jake Rowe's gone through with him. There goes Whittington. That's going to shuffle Partridge in the Working Drones Australia car back to 4th. And for him, I don't think he's going to have much of a route back to the top step here. Let's have a look. This is what happened to Nicholson all on his own. He was in behind Kieran at one point, and he'd lost some touch, so he's dropped that, I'd say, on the outside. Probably gotten a little bit too close to the outside of the track. Put a foot on the grass. That's enough.
And Jones went from 4th to 1st in the space of 1 straight. Here comes...
Yellows will be out. Yellows will be out. So this is the problem. Jake Rowe's seen it. Yeah. Yellow at the top of the hill. There it is. That was in driver's briefing this morning, that if something was going on at turn number 9, they'd show the yellow at the top of the hill, and he needed to pull back into line there. Now this is a problem, because they're looking for the green flag. This is going to cause a little bit of chaos here.
Someone's lost a nose.
I think someone's lost a nose. It looks like it's Whittington lost his nose in all that kerfuffle going on, exiting turn 9 and 10. Jones has somehow managed to hold them off coming to the line here. I'd say Partridge is possibly going to sneak third here, but it's going to be super tight at the line. Jones with the win, Rowe second, and Partridge did manage to get third after all. I think that lost nose for Quinton might have been his downfall because he wouldn't have had the aero that he needed coming onto the very, very fast front straight. So Quinton, who was fourth and then managed to get past Partridge for third at the beginning of that lap, finished behind him, and my oh my, there was a little bit of shenanigans going on as they were all looking for the green flag to get back to racing speed, exiting the yellow flag zone.
Yeah, that was awesome. That really was a great battle, and really having their wits about them. Here we go. This is what happened on the final lap. So Jones went defensive into the corner. Didn't get the drive I think the ones behind were expecting. And there was
Partridge, look at that, two, three, almost. Did he have all four wheels in the grass there? It looked like he had
pretty
two.
close to that is for
close
certain.
to it.
Sliding out sideways on the grass, kept the momentum, and managed to take third position coming out of the final corner. There's plenty to talk about in that one, and that's what we were expecting, and they delivered on their promise.
Absolutely. Now, just while we're looking at that one there, we'll look at the final results. So you can see Nick Jones with a half a second margin to Jake Rowe and Lee Partridge, and Quidington shuffled down the order there to finish fourth. So a second covering the top four group of cars after 11 laps of racing is absolutely fantastic. Andre Curran, he managed to claw back a little bit of that advantage late, but I think a lot of that was just of the checking up that was going on through the yellow flag zone. So he finished fifth ahead of Nick Kerr and Ash Clifford, who were pretty close together at the end of that. And then there was a big margin back to Casamati, who actually managed to get back to where he started, and that last position came as a result of Adam Nicholson being off the road at Dandenong Road. And then Darren Power and Shane Purvis, so both of them sneak a top 10, so Shane will be happy with that on his return to Formula V racing. And then over the page we go, Malachi Windsor and Josh Munro, 11th and 12th, working down through the rest of the field with Cameron Bell, Rocco Spinley. Rob Vile gets home on his return to Formula V racing. Kelly Egan actually managed to get the upper hand on Charlie Richardson there, so that'll be pleasing for her, with the very, very, very close together. Mick Fisher and Brock Hamilton, who actually came out, finished on the lead lap, surprisingly, all things considered, after getting that bodywork done, so that's a good repair job for the Acura stable. And then the two non-finishers there that you saw in that one with Adam Nicholson and Claudia Lennox. Short break here in commentary as the recovery crews go to work and pull out the stricken Acura number 95 from the gravel trap. The Hyundai XLs are up next, and you're watching the 888 Home Loans Victorian State Race Series from Sandown International Motor Raceway.
For those at the track today, we are running a fantastic raffle. Metabo have jumped on board for a bit of support in the 2024 Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. There's a cordless impact gun set, $5 ticket for one and $10 for three. Cash or card down in, I think it's garage 34. If you go to the paddock office, they will send you in the right direction. Kaya Hurley looking after all of those raffle ticket sales. So please make your way down to the office at the base of the control tower. Cash or card, so everyone's got a card, so we can take you all the way to the bank with that as well. Tickets for the Metabo cordless impact gun set. Great support from Metabo. The raffle will run until 10 a.m. on Sunday morning, and all of the proceeds will go to helping run this broadcast right throughout 2024. Dan, great to have a company like Metabo step on board and, of course, join 888 Home Loans, the greatest home loan company in the Southern Hemisphere. In fact, on this planet, universe, solar system, whatever it may be.
It's great that so many brands are jumping on board with the Vic State Race Series, particularly in the last couple of years. It really shows that this series is going places. People are taking note, and they want to get their names out there. And what better place to do it? You know, we're free every round on Blendline TV, and it certainly gets watched by lots of people, not just in Australia, but around the world as well.
Certainly has been. It's been Blendline TV coverage of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championship for, I think, the fourth season now that we've been involved with Blendline as far as the State Series is concerned. And the pictures and voices are all around the world. You know, we touched on at the presentation dinner where we get viewers watching from, and it's lucky we've got you on the mic now, Dan. G'day to the people in the Midlands in the UK. They've normally got your surname when they're watching on, haven't they?
Certainly do. It's probably a little late for them now in the afternoon. They normally watch the Sunday morning.
Hey, let's get them on the phone. Let's wake them up and say, what are you doing? We've got the Victorian State Series. But even, all over the world we're getting people, and I guess more importantly here in Australia, we've got people joining into the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. And a big shout out to Cam from 888 Home Loans. He's on board again this year. Really enjoyed his year last year, and as it was last year, the interest rate situation is still pretty tricky for many people out there. If you want to give yourself a health check on your home loan, give 888 Home Loans a call and get it checked out. We've got plenty of racing still to come. You and Steve doing the triple at the moment. It's going to be a bit of a long run for you two on air over the next couple of races, but I'm sure we've got the right two blokes to bring all of that action.
Certainly going to be lots of entertainment in the Hyundai XLs, which are not too far away, because I believe that Formula V recovery has already occurred.
Thank you very much. Well, let's take a quick break, and XLs will be back on track with Dan McCarthy and Steve DeVries.
Cars not too far away from rolling out. Circuit XLs. They really had a good quality series last year, probably a little shorter on numbers than what we've become accustomed to, but the racing was sublime out there between Cadel Ambrose, the eventual champion, Harry Tompkins and a couple of others. Harry Tompkins returns, but Cadel Ambrose, sort of similar to the V's. The reigning champion's not there, and it's opened the door for many competitors.
Yeah, it certainly has, and the third place man in all of that as well was James Lodge last year, and he's not here either. So the only man of the top three that we saw at the presentation dinner late last year was the second place man, Harry Tompkins, and he's the one who is going to be starting out of fourth place. But you're right, it's given an opportunity for several other drivers to step up and have a little bit of a go, and two more Victorians are ahead of him in the field, and someone else that we'd like to call, he's now a star, isn't he?
Yes.
He's a worldwide star actually, in Jalen Robotham. He's going to be on the front row of the grid, so keep an eye out for him, because he's definitely he made his home in XLs here many moons ago, and he's gone on to bigger and better things. So here we go as the XLs roll out of the grid, dummy grid area and onto the track. Here's how it shapes up. So Bradley James gets the pole position honours from this morning's qualifying, and the car number 61. He'll start on the front row alongside the man we were just talking about, Jalen Robotham, who's signed in to do a couple of the enduro drives this year in supercars. He's also racing overseas in Thailand. He's out that of second place. Tice Hodge and Harry Tompkins, who, as we just said, was in second place overall last year in the Hyundai XL Series, ahead of Ashton Kadich and Harry Strick. Glenn McKenzie and Brad Verica. The famous Verica name has been synonymous with the improved production over the years, and the car colours are very, very similar to what you would have seen on a couple of RX-7s in improved production over the years. William Sala, Tabitha Ambrose from Tasmania. Good to have some people coming from interstate to join the Victorian series. Jet Murray and Brendan Sala in 12th in the roadworthy shop number 181. Cisco Morales and Jet Bloomerus, who had that horrific rollover at the Bend Motorsport Park last year as well, so he's out in 14th, ahead of Brendan Jenner and Jack Johnson. It's quite a long field here. There's actually 27 cars total as we go to Ed Narkowitz, Ethan Wilson, Jacob Wingett and Lucy Sidwell, who's come up the ranks from Formula V now into XL, so it's good to have see Lucy making her way through the various series into tin tops now. Lachlan Harvey, Lee Sellenmeyer in 22nd, Dallas Harvey and Peter Fleming, who we saw do a couple of rounds in improved production in his XL last year as well as part of cross-entering the series. Lee Kennedy in 25th. Abby Wingett, it's great to see Abby back in the car number 100 because she had a pretty nasty rollover off the turn 1 curb here a couple of years ago in an XL, so it's good to see her back in the seat. And then the two at the back. Now, Dan, this is a rather interesting story. Jack Carpenter, starting out of 28th, didn't set a qualifying lap, ended up coming back to the pits on a flatbed with some pretty significant front-end damage. We hear that's as a result of the contact with Hugo Simpson. We didn't see the contact, we just heard about the contact, but it was a rather unusual situation on the out laps and the formation laps as part of qualifying, and neither of them set a time. So Simpson, I think, has come off pretty okay from the damage-wise for that. He's going to be very, very quick off the back of the grid, so keep a watch out for him. But they were hoping to get the Jack Carpenter number 11 car back out there for starting off the rear of the grid, which would have been quite a good feat because they had a fair bit of front-end damage work to repair on that car. So let's see if they've got it out. I haven't seen it leave the grid, dummy grid, so I'm looking to see if it's out there, but we won't know for sure until the grid gets released.
Simpson is definitely out there, saw that car, and Hugo Simpson, I was expecting to be right up the front, so watch him come. March, storm from the back of the field in this one, the bright green 117 machine. Look for that car to make its way through the field. On the right of the shot we have Bradley James in the number 61 machine, and then on the left, two-time Bathurst 1000 starter, Jay Robotham in the 291 machine. Jay loves XLs. Anytime he gets a chance to, he jumps back behind the wheel. As we hear the revs rise, we're looking for the lights to go out.
Not too far away from the Ladder-Tech Hyundai XL Series. I can hear him. It's a very, very long hold, and finally, after a couple of seconds, off we go. The pole sitter gets a very, very nice jump from the inside of the circuit, which is typically the dirtier side of the track. So you would expect that the grip levels are not as great as they are running down the right-hand side or driver's right-hand side of the front straight, but protecting the inside here. Bradley James in the number 61 holds off Jay Robotham into turn number 1. Harry Tompkins looking to go the long way round the outside of, I think it was Tice Hodge in the 185, and he's got that done. So very nice job. And Brad Verica, what a start for Verica. He started down, I think it was about 8th or 9th place. He's already up and challenging Tice Hodge for 4th. So great launch for Brad Verica in the number 96.
Ran a bit wide there, they're out of turn 4, that'll affect the momentum all the way down the back straight. Oh, we've got a bit of a slow orange machine there on the inside. But up the front of the field, Robotham's taking it around.
That's Ed Narkowitz in the Blue Marlin Pools entry. He's been turned around or has lost it on his own. I'm wondering if that was why there was the slow orange car was there, was checking up because it went down the inside and there was actually a car right in their path and had to slow down. So that'll be interesting to have a look at what caused all that little mess at turn number 4. Look at that, so Brad Verica now up in the 4th place. He's managed to get that job done. So started 9th or 8th or 9th and already in 4th place.
Very, very good start. Can he keep on the tail of the top 3? They're trying to break away. Robotham, James and Tompkins as they come across the line to complete lap number 1. Brilliant new camera angle from the Blendline TV crew. Doesn't that look great? Really gives you a great perspective of the Sandown International Raceway. As Robotham, looking a little bit defensive down into turn number 1, is able to hold position.
Ashton Kadich now down the inside of Tice Hodge, just ran out of real estate there. A little bit too late heading into turn number 1, so he'll still have to settle for 5th place there. In behind Kadich's Glenn McKenzie, the number 85 machine. A bit further behind there, William Saylor's come forward as well with the number 36 machine up into 8th place. Oh, and off goes, I think that might be Brendan Saylor in the 181 potentially back there. Just out of shot. It's a bit struggle to see. Yes, it is. Brendan Saylor, the roadworthy shot machine, just gone straight on. Now, is he able to grab reverse out of that? And is there any steering damage? Doesn't look like there's any noticeable damage to the car, so may have just been out braking himself into turn number 4. Caught out, couldn't turn in when he wanted to turn in, had no choice but to run off the road there, but importantly, hasn't hit the wall.
That 630 machine of Stricken newcomer to Excels, that looks remarkably like the Cadell Ambrose Hyundai from last year. So that's clearly where it's ended up, in the hands of Strick, who's doing a really fine job first time out, inside the top 10 and on the tail of Jet Murray, who we saw fighting for podiums and race victories late last year. He really performed strongly, did Jet Murray, younger brother of ex-Carrera Cup driver Cooper Murray, and that was the
incident we just saw before. So it didn't look like there was any contact or anything there. Just the car was a little bit out of shape, maybe coming off at turn 3, overcorrected slightly, and had to take the evasive action down at turn number 4. Tails on for the lead here. Robotham is coming under siege from the pole sitter in Bradley James. This is a great exchange, very, very fair, very, very nice amount of room given there, and waiting to pounce is Tompkins. And all the time that these three are starting to fight and squabble, is Verica starting to get any closer? Is he bringing the next group of cars a little bit closer to the ones in front of him?
Incredibly, Hugo Simpson is up to 11th, and that's another machine off. That's a 32 car.
That's Lucy Sidwell.
Yep.
So she's come off. Looks like that's on the exit of turn number 1 there. She's perpendicular to the racing surface.
It's a big word for you, Steve, to start off the year. Perpendicular, very good.
I'm going to pull all the tricks out early going here. It's a bit of a tricky sort of area, turn number 1, because so there's some really nasty curbs we've seen over the time here. Let's see if she's managed to, what happened here? Was there a little bit of contact?
Yes, there will be.
There will be. Yep, you're absolutely spot on there. Car number 200, which is Jacob Wingett, and a bit of side-to-side contact there. So ran out of road, unfortunately, on one side of the track. One car moved over on another. That's the end result.
Absolutely, yes. You often see that, not just in XL racing, but we've seen it in supercars and many championships over the years down on the exit of that corner. Sort of funnels out, doesn't it, when you come off the curb, and if you're not given room, contact can be made, and was in that instance. I remember improved production, I think it was last year, a similar incident occurred, as we see, using all of the curbing on the outside. That's Hodge. Yeah, really aggressive on the curbs is Hodge, using all of the road. And he's got the place on Verica already on this lap, so that's up to 4th position. Verica unable to go with the top 3 early on in this race. And there's Hugo Simpson, just flashing past just before.
11th. Oh, we got a slow car here as well. This is car number 100, which is Abby Wingett, which is the lady that we mentioned a little bit earlier, had that unfortunate rollover a couple of years ago. Actually, the sister car to Jacob Wingett, who was involved in that incident with Lucy Sidwell. Now, she was in a bit of a precarious position. Has she managed to get off the road? She's done well there. She's got down the hill, off the way to the left-hand side to allow all this traffic to go through. So there'll be a mechanical issue there with Abby Wingett's number 100. Don't know if she'll be trying to limp that back to the pits, but I'd probably say if she can't, just got to find a spot that's nice and safe and pull the car over.
Absolutely. Doing well to keep that machine out of harm's way. And around they come once again. This race is flying by. Lots of action, but clean racing so far in XLs, which is great to see, particularly up the pointy end. But actually, Rowbotham is beginning to gap the two cars behind 7/10 of a second. That time through, over half a second faster than the two gentlemen behind him. And now it's actually Tompkins putting the pressure on James as we see a move forward position. Kadich moving through on the inside of Sala. In fact, sorry, defending his position. Sala applying the blowtorch to the tail of the number 13 machine. Oh, that was tight a little bit further back.
Yeah, very tight a bit further back as the field comes through. So here's your top four. There's 5th with Verica, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th. There's Simpson in 10th. So he's managed to crack the top 10, just managing to get past Jet Murray in the last few moments down the front straight. So he's going to set his sights now on the back of the number 630 machine of Harry Strick, who's currently in 9th place. As you said, he's still doing a very, very nice job for his first run in XLs. And you just mentioned a few seconds ago that Rowbotham was starting to get to gap the field here. He must have made a little bit of an error somewhere here, because he's now got his hands right royally full with James for about the 4th time, and Tompkins is now buying in. This has now opened the door, as you mentioned earlier, with the series champion no longer here. The opportunity is ripe for somebody to step up and really put an exclamation point in a series. And there goes Tompkins through on James. Nice little manoeuvre at the last couple of corners.
And now Hodge is there as well, so it's gone from a 3-way fight to a 4-way fight, and I wouldn't rule out Verica either. This is fantastic racing to start off the Hyundai XL season as they head down towards turn number 1. Tompkins has got a great run. Oh, another machine
Sala
around.
again. Same car we saw a couple of corners ago with a bit of an issue. Oh, a little bit of trouble getting the replay to go there. But you're right, don't rule out Brad Verica. He's still stuck in the well and truly in the mix here. Rowbotham now really needs to get his skates on, because he had 7/10 over James. That margin has evaporated, and Verica's right on the tail now of Tice Hodge. So 5-car breakaway, I'd say that is going to be for the win, and there is an eternity of time left on the clock. There's 5.5 minutes, so Rowbotham's got a lot of work to do. This is not like it's the last lap of the race where he's only got to worry about a couple of corners. He's probably got to worry about another couple of laps.
Absolutely, absolutely. Here they come down over the hill, falls away from you as you turn left, and then it's down, 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 all the way to Dandenong Road. And you're constantly turning as well. It makes it so hard to stop the car as Sala goes 4 wheels off, and so does Kadich behind. They're certainly pushing in the fight for 6th position. No quarter given, that's for sure. They are pushing 110%. As we look a little bit further down the field.
Simpson benefited from those couple of guys going wide as well. He's right in the middle of this group. Car number 117. He's managed to get the better of Strick. He's now moved up, I think, to 7th place just by looking at what's going on there, 7th or 8th place. Here's what happened to Sala. Oh, he was well wide. Oh, he's so close to that outside wall at turn 4. He's lucky not to hit that.
I think it was a case of, do I hit the concrete wall or do I keep turning left and spin the thing? And he decided to spin it, I believe.
I heard that he actually gave that wall a decent bit of a nudge as well. It didn't look like it there to us, but from what we're hearing, he certainly did give that wall a bit of a touch-up job.
Fastest lap from Tompkins last time through. But despite that, look at that. Rowbotham has skipped away in the first sector of this lap. And look, Simpson's now at the head of that train. And look at this, too wide, Noah's Ark style out of turn number 4. There's at least 4 cars. There they are coming around the corner. So that's Kadich and Sala. And then behind that, Jet Murray and Strick in the fight. This for 9th position on the racetrack.
So Simpson was the fastest man on the circuit last time around. In fact, he actually set the fastest lap of the race at a 33.67. He's gone up to 6th place overall now. There he is, ahead of Glenn McKenzie in the Vacationer car. So what has Simpson got in store? He's got, what are we looking at here, margin-wise? Dan, we're looking at probably about 4.5 or 3.5 seconds, somewhere in that ballpark from 5th to 6th, but still 3.5 minutes on the clock. Probably a bridge too far in Hyundai XL racing. He'd be lucky to get to the back of the group. He's going to be relying on some mistakes from the leading group of 5 to try and crack that top 5 is Hugo Simpson.
He set the fastest lap of the race last time through of anyone, but as you say, with only 3 minutes to go, I don't think time is going to be on his side. Robotham a bit defensive down into turn number 1. It's a bit like the V's. It's hard to make a breakaway at Sandown Raceway. In a low horse-powered machine, you always give the people behind a good slipstream, and they are right back on you a straight later. But he's really driven a mature drive, has Jay Robotham, and he's been up the pointy end of this field for, I reckon, at least 90% of this race so far. He doesn't need to stay out there in front for much longer. Just 2 minutes left on the clock. You can see Simpson is catching visibly. He's catching, but I don't think it's going to quite be enough. Here comes Tompkins around the outside of Robotham. Not quite got enough overlap and has to slot back in behind. Robotham holding on, but he's got 4 cars jammed right up his bottom at this stage of the race. As they come out of Dandenong Road, the intensity's lifted.
Absolutely has. I got a little bit worried there for a minute when Harry Tompkins got awfully close to that nasty curb on the left-hand side heading down to Dandenong Road. It's called Turn 8, but it has been a bit of a car breaker in the past. If you get a wheel in the wrong spot there, it will upset your braking for turn number 9 and you run long into the gravel trap, and he got mightily close to it. The other one, of course, is at turn 1 on that inside. It's a very, very nasty high curb. If you clip it at the wrong angle, you're going to end up going for a 2-wheeled excursion to the far edges of the circuit. So here we go. Tompkins looking down the inside of Robotham. Is this the opportunity? No. Jay's so good on the brakes. He runs a little bit deep, missed the apex, but he's so good under brakes. That actually gave him a little bit of an advantage there. He got a little bit more real estate on the road just for a couple of split seconds, just enough to head off the advances. And then you can see James is tacked right onto the back of Tompkins as well. Now, car 36 is William Sala. He's been given the bad sportsmanship flag. Now, typically here at Sandown, that will be for shortcutting the circuit one too many times up the backside at turn 6 and 7.
We saw him do it 2 laps in a row, so he's probably done it a 3rd time. The 3rd time is when you get that warning next time will be a penalty of 5 seconds.
He's back in 10th at the moment, so he's in the next group of cars, so he's got to be rather careful because that's also just as willing a battle group as what's going on right here.
Absolutely. As we can see, Jay Robotham again has just pulled a little bit of a margin out on that back section of the course, but it'll come back down once again on this section of the course.
It'll be touch and go too, whether we get 1 lap or 2 here, I think, because they're coming to the line with just on sort of roughly 10 seconds on the clock, and it's time plus 1 lap. And can't see, I don't think they haven't got the last lap board out, so we're going to get 2 more laps. So for Robotham, these next 2 laps are almost going to be like an eternity. He's going to be, he would have hoped that it would have been last lap this time around, but no, he's got 2 more tours to hold off the advances of the 4 cars behind him. They haven't left him all race long virtually. It's been a lineup of cars that no one's really been able to break away. No one's really been able to side to the front and get a really, really good advantage and just take off into the distance. It's been so closely fought, and Robotham's held them off for virtually the whole entire race. I think there's only been like 1 or 2 laps where he wasn't at the helm of the race.
Oh, big air 2 wheels for Canage. Take advantage down at turn number 4 in an XL. Turn 4 really isn't an overtaking opportunity unless there's been a real mistake from the car ahead at turn number 3. As we look back to the leading group, Tompkins pulling out ever so slightly, Robotham closing that door. No, you don't, he says. Not here, not at turn number 6. As we look back now at the second group, it's Mackenzie that leads them at the moment in 7th position. Then we've got Kadich, Murray, Sala and Strick. They are all together as well. This has been a brilliant start to the Hyundai XL season, hasn't it?
Absolutely. What a great way to start proceedings, not just for the Hyundai XLs, but for the 888 Home Loans Victorian State Race Series. The racing standard has already been very, very high, and the bar has been set for all the categories that are going to follow in the next half of the afternoon. Last lap board is now officially out, so make your move here, gentlemen, or ladies and gentlemen, because there are a few female drivers in the field.
second margin for Robotham. Something's happened in the back half of this lap with these others, and here we go up the inside. James on Lodge, and just behind as well, it's 2 by 2 between the 96 and the 185, and the 96 of Verica is shuffled out wide over the outside of the curb. That's not where you want to be. You're not getting the power down like you'd like it out there. Oh, a bit taily as well from Tompkins. Is that going to allow James to break away now?
I'm not 100% sure. There's still a little bit more racing to go. I think Simpson has just about settled for 6th place. He had about 3.8 seconds was the difference to the next group of cars. But, there's a car off there at turn number... Actually, 2 cars off at turn number 4. Come to grief. That's Glenn McKenzie
and Jet Murray.
So that was in the second group of cars. Robotham's cleared out. The victory's his to lose at the moment. It's up to this little bit of battle here. And forcing to shortcut the circuit was Harry Tompkins. And very nearly bounced back into the number 61 of Bradley James. Now he's hung out to dry is the number 33 battery stock car on the outside of turn number 9. That's going to cost him a place, not only to Tice, but also potentially to Verica, who looked left and looked right and then had to settle by going back in behind Tompkins. But Robotham will get the win. James will be second. The drag race to the line to third, I think, is possibly going to go in favour of Tice Hodge here. No, Tompkins fights back on the inside after the last corner and just manages to snaffle third.
800ths between all three of them. Well, they were pretty tame for the start of the race, but it came alive on that final lap, didn't it? Awesome way to end that Hyundai XL race. This is what happened earlier on in the lap between McKenzie and Jet Murray. They got crossed up on the exit of 3, and both ended up in the wall. That nearly went over. That was quite an incident there.
That's a nasty hit there for Glenn McKenzie. I think they probably interlocked wheels. One got spun the other way, and yeah, that car jumped up quite violently when
Looks
it
like
hit
Murray's
the
got
wall.
moving again.
Yeah, I think Murray came off a little bit worse, a little bit better off compared to Glenn McKenzie, because he was the car that sort of got turned in on, and then McKenzie was pitched hard right, hit the armco, bounced up in the air, and that would have broken the steering or something under there. So yeah, the number 85 Vacation and Caravans car is going nowhere. There'll be a recovery for that. I'm with you though, Dan. What on earth happened in that leading group of 5 cars, and Robotham ended up with a 1.9 second victory after all of that? There must have been an ill-fated passing attempt in the second last lap that gave Robotham the gap that he needed, and you only got to give a superstar like that an opportunity and he's going to clear out.
Absolutely. Bolted, didn't he? Given the opportunity, he went, and 1.9 seconds in the end. But then if you look as well, James was the second clear of Tompkins, Hodge and Verica in the end. So that shows how much time you lose when you are battling 2, even 3 wide banging door panels. So we will have a look at the results or not. So Robotham takes it, as you say, about 1.9 seconds. A great performance from the Bathurst 1000 starter. James in second position, recovered nicely to take P2. Tompkins came home in third by just 400ths of a second from Hodge, who was 400ths of a second ahead of Verica in the 3 wide finish. Fastest lap went to Hugo Simpson, who marched from the back of the field to finish in P6, a 1:33.6, his best lap. He'll be in the fight there for position number 1 tomorrow. Look forward to seeing him up the pointy end where he deserves to be. Kadich came home in 7th, ahead of Sala, Strick, and Jenner was the person who inherited a top 10 position when the 2 came together on the final lap. Morales, Bloomerus, Ambrose round out the top 13. From there, the rest of the field came through. Here are the results on the screen for you now.
So that results screen there really doesn't sort of tell the full entire story of what just happened over the course of 10 or 11 laps in Hyundai XL racing. There was very, very close in that top 10 across 2 or 3 different groups for most of the race, and only sort of really settled itself in the closing stages. As you can see there, plenty of drivers. There's about 4 or 5 drivers that didn't quite make the checkered flag, unfortunately, so they'll start from the back tomorrow. Hugo Simpson in prime position, though, to capitalise on a very, very solid finishing position out of after starting at the back and then working its way all the way forward to 6th. So he will be a factor tomorrow. Good to see Glenn McKenzie's up and walking, and doesn't show like he's got any sort of damage at the moment, but there is going to be a little bit of a clean-up here while we recover the number 85 machine from turn number 4.
Fortunately, Jet Murray did get going and came home in position 15. Just a reminder for those around the racetrack, the Metabo raffle cordless impact gun set can be won. $5 for 1 ticket, $10 for 3 tickets. Cash or card. It can be paid in cash or card. It's in the paddock office just below the control tower where we are at the moment. And the raffle will be on until 10 a.m. tomorrow. So make sure you buy your ticket. All funds go to the VSRS to support Blendline TV to see the images that you tell us you love around the circuit. We always get compliments saying just how great the Blendline TV coverage is and what a great addition it has been to the Vic State Race Series. So make sure you buy yourself a ticket in the next few hours. As we say, 10 o'clock tomorrow morning is when the raffle draws to a close.
Absolutely. Great to have Metabo Tools on board as part of the 888 Home Loans Victorian State Race Series. Only came on board at the presentation dinner last year, and a very, very highly sought after raffle there as well. I think Alana Partridge, who's the wife of Lee Partridge, was the winner of that Metabo tool set. So I think Lee was rather chuffed that he's going home with yet another weapon to his arsenal to go racing with. But no, that one I think fairly and squarely belongs to the wife. So he's going to have to, I think, beg, borrow and steal to get his hands on that Metabo toolkit that she took home for winning that one. As you can see there, they're cleaning up after the Lanatec Hyundai Excels. Good to see the officials are still out there as well, doing a great job, not just the fire and rescue service, the recovery crews, and you can see there the people also waving the flags there on the inside of the circuit as well. So big thank you to all our officials around the circuit, and we'll take a short break here, and we'll be back shortly after this with the VicV8s. And if you want to become an official, that's how you do it. You can see on the bottom of your screen there, visit motorsport.org.au/officials. We certainly value all the time and effort that they put in at all the racetracks around the country. There's a few events going on this weekend, so they are hard at work all over the country. Back shortly here at the Victorian State Race Series for the 2024 season.
VicV8s about to head onto the Sandown racetrack. It's the home of horsepower at Sandown, and VicV8s certainly go well here. That is for certain as they roar down the straight. As we can see, there's several long straights on this circuit, but they're joined by 13 turns. There's plenty of action zones. We can see the long run down the side of the horse racing track, down into the tight turn number 1. Plenty of action. We saw some in the last XL race. This was a couple of years ago. In fact, last year, I think it was, the double barrel roll. We called that race together, didn't we, Steve? Then you got the tight chicanes of turn 2, 3, and then 4. I always say this is sort of like a street circuit. The walls are close, no room for error, and we saw a collision in the XL race just before then. The long run down the back straight and up towards turn number 6. So fast over there, and then you got to try and get it slowed down through the chicane and down into Dandenong Road corner. Always tricky. It's caught the very best in the business out as that corner, and so has turn 11 over the years as well. That is also a good action spot and overtaking opportunity. The right-hander before the left that concludes the lap. Lap record, John Martin setting an S5000 a couple of years ago. And boy, did they enjoy their time here at Sandown. That's for certain. But yes, Blendline TV, here we are again, Sandown Raceway. VicV8s, we see that they have their own round at round number 4 generally, but round number 1, VicV8s have been given their own track time as well this year.
Yeah, absolutely. Normally they are here at Sandown for the 4th round of the Victorian State Race Series, and that's the event that is run by the Sports Sedan Association of Victoria, which is why the VicV8s tend to get their own grid. And in years gone past as well, we have seen the VicV8s usually tack onto the back of a sports sedan grid here at round number 1 as well. So that's generally what happens. So a bit of an interesting change of things here with the VicV8s getting their own grid with all the different swapping and changing in the categories that's happened for round number 1 here in 2024. So let's have a look at how this VicV8 grid for Force Accessories will start this year. So we've got Greg Lynch in the HSV GTS on pole position, and alongside him is Brian Finn, who actually saw out there in his VS Commodore running around with the sports sedans. That's a common thing you can do here in Victorian State Race Series. If your car fits the bill and you can run in a couple of different categories, then you are able to do so. So that's what Brian's done. So he's backing up from the sports sedan race a couple of races ago. Luke Wall, the Holden Monaro, in position number 3, and alongside him, John Adams from Queensland is in 4th. So good to see he's made the trip down from the Sunshine State, or we call it probably the flood-ridden state at the moment because there's so much water up there. We really feel for everybody going up there at the moment. Matt Horn in the Rap Studio VE Commodore in 5th alongside Aaron Wheatley. Mark Kukuri and Arthur Van Orso in 7th and 8th. So some of the more seasoned veterans and the familiar names to many of you here in VicV8s in the middle of the grid. You've got Gary Finemore in the Ford Falcon XB Coupe. Now, some of you probably remember that car was the one that very famously mounted the Armco barrier on driver's right. I think it was 12 months ago, almost to the day. It was a little bit earlier, actually, than that. Actually, 18 months ago. There you go. It goes to show you how fast time's flying, isn't it? That was quite a nasty little incident there. Gary Vella alongside him in 10th with David Hender and David Ratcliffe in 11th and 12th. And as we work our way through the rest of the grid, 13th is going to be Brett Lehman. Nathan Bell alongside him in 14th. With, it looks like that car number 14 in 16th place there, Adam Cadeo, is not going to start. So Mark Pesavento is going to have a vacant grid spot alongside him in 15th. And then the last couple of cars on the grid are going to be Victor Argento in 17th, Anthony Munday in 18th, and Alan Davies in 19th. So majority of the field Holden-based, a couple of Fords dotted in the mix, and a little bit of old school muscle in there as well, I think, Dan McCarthy. Some cars from the 70s, some cars from the 80s, some cars from the 90s, and some cars from the 2000s there as well. So there's plenty of Victorian V8 muscle, whatever floats your boat here, arriving on track right now.
Let's put it this way. If you were an Aussie growing up in the late 80s and early 90s, this category certainly will please you, that's for sure. As we see them roll out onto the racetrack. Top two, you may be thinking, I'm sure I've seen these cars out on the track already today. You have. They were in the Sports Sedans field. Greg Lynch and Finn, both of them, and they will join up on the front row of the grid. Looks a bit like HRT 1999, doesn't it, the lineup on the front row of the grid? But it isn't. This is a live race from 2024. It's VicV8s here, round 1 of the Victorian State Race Series. There they are, look, the great retro liveries, and both of them done really well.
Absolutely, yeah. The one at the front of the field, Greg Lynch. A few people in years gone past have had sort of like taken a second or a third look at that car and gone, are you sure that's not the same car that ran back in the day in the Bathurst 1000 and here and there? And it's like, no, the answer is plainly and simply no. It is a tribute livery that is on that car. It's an actual HSV GTS. It's not the HSV supercar that took place back in the day, because that car, I think, is probably sought after and probably in a museum somewhere, or very, very protected, put away somewhere for future preservation. So we wouldn't see that running around in VicV8s.
Top Ford in this field, position number 4, John Adams in his XY Falcon. And the only Ford inside the top 8. It's not like supercars used to be, where you have to have Holden or Ford or whatever. It's just in terms of age, it's pretty open. You can bring whatever, as long as it's got a big V8 engine in it. And we can see the large variety of cars, look, from back in the 70s. There's a couple there going by, a couple of Falcons, and then a 90s Commodore in the a little bit further behind that. So plenty of variety in VicV8s. It's a bit of a slow warm-up lap. It's already been 2.5 minutes and they haven't yet come back around. So this is eating into their race time. We've said a couple of years ago, Vic State Race Series made the move to timed races, going from laps to time, just to make it more fair across the board. If you have safety cars and red flags, it's going to affect your track time, not the categories after you. And it was very popular when they made that decision, and they have stuck with it. But it means if you do a slow out lap, that it does eat into your own race time.
Yeah, that's exactly right. It was a bit hard in the day where we had lap count-based races, and you ended up having to try and work out, well, how many laps do we take off because of, you know, having a red flag or having a safety car period and that, and then trying to affect everybody else behind it, because everybody else wanted to have you know, their full lap count, and then there was arguments the following day about who would actually get, you know, shorter races, longer races, etc. Right now it's just a plain flat, this is the amount of time you have for your race, and it takes as long as that time and that time alone. And if there's safety cars or red flags in there, then it just affects that little block of time allotment. So much, much fairer system for some of the slower categories. It unfortunately means that they do get maybe 1 lap less than they normally would have under a lap-based system, but it just means that the overall, you're paying for track time. Everybody gets, you know, 60 minutes of racing this weekend, 20 minutes of qualifying, and then 3 20-minute races. It just means your actual amount of time you spend physically on the circuit is the same.
Oh, bit of movement there from Lynch. He's stopped it, and he is still behind the line, lucky. So that is all right. As we see the lights come on, and they are off. We're underway. He stalled it. He stalled it. We've got no movement at all. Hopefully everybody takes evasive action, and has done so. But Gregory Lynch finds himself at the tail of the field, literally stone dead last.
What a disaster.
Finn will lead into turn number 1. Already it's a case of how far forward can Lynch come, because he and Finn were 1.5 seconds clear of the rest of the field in qualifying. He's certainly got the pace to make it back up into even the top 5.
He certainly does. This will be the tricky part here for Greg Lynch, because everybody's so bottled up and so close together at the beginning of the race. They're running too wide into some of the corners sometimes. You've got to be very careful just to pick your way through. See, he's tucked in here behind Gary Vella. He's got another car to the outside. He's just got to be super careful, just siding his way through the field when the opportunity arises to do so. But that was a disaster. You said he was moving at the start. He had a little bit of a bobble. He checked it. His front wheels were still behind the position 1 grid spot. But then your mind gets reset. You have to go back through all your procedures again. Oh, God, I've got to get back into first gear. I've got to do this, got to do that. And then missed the start, stalled it, and got to now play catch up.
Yeah, certainly made life difficult for himself in race number 1 of the season, but certainly time to come back through the field, and he's already made at least half a dozen positions, if not more, as they come into the final sequence of corners. There he is. Oh no, there he is, just there.
Shot.
Yeah, not too far behind the Kakari machine and a couple of others. So that's a really good recovery drive as he crosses the line in 10th position. So he's literally overtaken half of the field there on lap number 1.
Yeah, the next man up for him will be Mark Kakuri. I think it's the VH Commodore.
Oh, someone's moving slowly. The 42 machine, that was Pesavento going past the comms box at an extremely slow rate. A mechanical issue there for sure.
Yeah, he was the one that started on the 8th row of the grid, had the vacant spot next door to him. So a little bit of mechanical gremlin there. Here is Greg Lynch in the number 22. He's managed to clear the number 30. I think the number 36 machine of Nathan Bell just before the start-finish line. So you'll see there's quite a big horsepower advantage here. I think to Greg Lynch's number 22 up the back chute. Kakuri's going to the defensive side, but realises that there's no point fighting that one too hard. Very, very early going in the race. Just got to settle back in, find your groove, which he does. So that brings Lynch up another spot. Arthur Van also ahead of Lynch now is the next challenge for him. And there is the number 42 machine of Pesavento. Parked off 2 drivers left on the front straight. I'm not sure if the race control will want to leave that car there for too long because it is quite a high-speed part of the circuit. We'll see what they do. It's as far left as you could possibly get it. It's actually down a lot further than I thought. It's actually very close. It's actually double wave yellows. It's very, very close to turn number 1, surprisingly. You can see there the crew feverishly waving the yellow flags there in the back of shot. They'll be waving them down at turn number 1 as well. Then they'll get the green flag on the other side right about now where the 2 Ford Falcons are going through the field. You've got Gary Finemore there in the number 48 machine. And then tucked in behind him, you've got David Ender in the 53. So they're now clear of the yellow flag zone and back up to racing speed.
Finemore, that's actually a ex-Touring Car Masters car driven by Eddie Albonica back when in its red colours, number 48, it don't and still does now. So yeah, great to see that the numbers remained on that machine, and it looks great in the Mentone premix colours. The white and the green really stands out. Really, really nicely presented car, and always runs strongly in VicV8s, but he's coming under attack from Hender at the early stage of this one. And look who is there lurking in the background. I'll get it out in a second. Lurking in the background is Greg Lynch.
Yeah, Greg Lynch is not too far away, I think, from making a move on the number 53 of Hender here, possibly down the front chute. But then if the yellow flags are out, that will be a bit of a problem. And they still are out, so he's going to have to wait here now. Same thing can be said here.
He's got the move done already.
Yeah, the move's done already, and that's before the yellow flag zone, so that will be okay. Because the yellow flag zone starts from the first yellow flag and it ends where the green flag comes out. You might be wondering why they're actually waving the yellow flags halfway, up the front straight, where the car that is having the problem is a bit further positioned towards turn number 1. It's a little initiative that they use at some of the Victorian circuits in local state-based racing. It's actually what they call a mirror point. So what happens is the yellow flag that's running down at the site of the incident, in this case turn 1, is being reflected a bit further up the field, so you actually have plenty of warning to know that something's going on a bit further down the field. So in the case of turn 1, if there's an accident around the corner, there's a yellow flag on display halfway down the main straight, as well as at turn number 1. So there's plenty of warning for the drivers, and they actually start to obey the yellow flags. The other one that they use here at Sandown is up at the top of the hill at turn 6, which we saw in the Formula Vee race, and that's mirroring what's going on down at turn number 9, which is where we saw Adam Nicholson parked in a gravel trap. So that's just a little bit of an overview of what happens in a certain yellow flag situation here for the uneducated at their home.
Saw Horn run a bit wide at turn number 6 and maybe even gain a little bit of advantage from it. He's now right on the tail of Ratcliffe, but no overtaking down here at turn number 1. In fact, the course car is recovering the vehicle. So yeah, we will see that car removed, and then we'll be back to green flag racing, hopefully down at turn number 1, which is a big overtaking opportunity in these machines. Now you may be wondering, what do all the different colours and numbers mean? Well, it's basically on the side of the screen what colour the car is. So Finn is in a red and white machine, And there is the black and white car in second position. Horn running the green machine with a bit of black, so that's exactly what the colour is on the side of the car. So you can easily identify the car and find where it is in the order. Very nicely done from the Blendline team.
Yeah, it certainly is. It's a little initiative that you'll probably find a bit later on when we look at Formula Ford and Formula Ford 1600. There'll be some colour combinations there, and as well when we get to the saloon cars later in the afternoon as well, Holden and Ford will be obviously highlighted in red and blue respectively.
Just saw the yellow flag come in, so we can now overtake down at turn number 1. That car has been removed from the racetrack, and we are full course green.
They certainly are. Great job to recover that car under double wave yellows, and that's why they put them out. They put them out not only for the safety of the competitors, they put it out for the safety of the officials as well, because they're going to be out there working on the circuit, or they might need to be tending to an incident, and they want to avoid putting the safety car out at all costs if possible.
Oh,
big smoke show, and there goes Lynch. Gets a little bit of a love tap from the Matthew Horn-driven Rap Studio Commodore there. There was a big brake lock-up. Couldn't see who actually was the car that had the brake lock-up in the first place. But the end result is the number 22 of Lynch goes for a little bit of a wild ride there at turn number 2. And it's going to have to do a 3-point turn here, I think, to try and get the car going. Won't be able to bag it up and spin the car around. So hopefully he can get that going again. That was a bit of a rather interesting situation. You had Horn, I think, looked like he was challenging Ratcliffe, and then Lynch tucked in behind, and a bad sportsmanship flag for Matthew Horn. So here we go. Actually, it was Horn with a big lock-up there. Ratcliffe had a lock-up of his own, and Horn given the bad sportsmanship flag.
My take on that was, on the inside, Ratcliffe was running a little bit wide, and Lynch had to slow down a bit more, balk, and then unfortunately Horn has locked up and ran into the back of Lynch. It was a bit of a case of they were all fighting, trying to find their own space, and they've all ended up running into each other effectively. That was a bit of a interesting incident, but I don't really think you could say, oh, it was so-and-so's fault. It was just a case of too many cars all going into the same piece of road.
Yeah, I'd agree with you on that one. I think it's just that's going to be a very difficult situation for race control to adjudicate. Thankfully, it's them doing it, not us.
Yes.
Because I would have probably been sitting on the fence the same as you, saying it's a bit of everyone's sort of a victim of circumstance there, and probably deemed to be a racing incident if it was my opinion. But
what's Ratcliffe doing?
Yeah, where's he going? That's a bit unusual. There's no racetrack out there. There's just grass. You don't want to be going too far there. Maybe he was looking for something in the car, or something was a bit loose, and he take his eyes off the road for a few split seconds and just went for a little bit of a wander.
Lost the place to Hender, who's made up 2 places on this lap, now moved up to 4th position on the racetrack. Very, very nicely done from the old Falcon. Certainly punches above its weight. It's not really like it was when it came out the factory all those years ago, let's be honest.
No, not that, guys, when it was back in 1971. It's definitely got a little bit more mumbo and a little bit more modern technology, I would say, under that car compared to what it had when it came out of the factory. Black flag, bad sportsmanship flag still being on display for Matthew Horn. The car you were just pointing out there, Dan, I was just lapping one of the other cars. Here we go. What happened? This is what happened to Ratcliffe. Yeah, I think Plum lost the plot as to where he was.
I don't know if he was looking at the dash, looking across, waving at Hender going by or what, but he was certainly not looking at where he was going and simply wandered onto the grass, brought it back nice and smoothly. Of course, if you get frightened and yank on the steering wheel, that's when a big incident can occur, but very maturely brought it back onto the racetrack in a safe manner. This is the fight of quite a bit further down the field, but it's certainly on for young and old.
This is in 11th place, Victor Argento in the AU Falcon, and he's tucked in behind him. You've got the number 76 machine of Aaron Wheatley, who started 6th place. He's actually fallen down the order, and then behind them is, you've got, I think it's Brett Lehman in the 97.
He's an ex-improved prod.
No, you're thinking Cade Lehman there.
Oh,
so,
sorry, yes.
Yeah, similar surname, different first name, but no, hopefully Cade Lehman will be back out a bit later on in the year in improved production. He's the Bendigo Door Centre entry's been away for better part of 12 months, I think, at this rate. So actually looking forward to seeing improved production take to the circuit again at Winton coming up in... It's hard to imagine that Winton's only 4 weeks away, Dan, after this event's over. Entries open for the Winton round, and hopefully looking for a good turnout up there in northern Victoria, up near Benalla.
Absolutely. It's a great track, Winton. A real... you've really got to handle the car, really grip hold of the wheel. It's a tight, twisty circuit. Very different, polar opposite, really, to Sandown.
Yeah, completely the opposite way. Be very much a driver's circuit. Horsepower is very much taken out of the equation at our next stop on the Vic State Tour right now. Oh, he climbed well over the curb there, and Argento's gone for a bit of an excursion of his own, and has toured the grass there. I think he did all he could to probably leave a bit of gap there, but there's a change for the lead now here. Up out in front, car number 46, Luke Wall from New South Wales, takes that Monaro up into position number 1 over Brian Finn, who'd only set the fastest lap of the race a couple of laps ago, but the roles have now been reversed. So 9 laps into this race now, new race leader.
For much of last season, Finn was looking at the rear of Lynch, and finally I bet he thought, this is my race. He's out of contention, this is my race, but no, Wall has come and taken the race lead. Quite remarkable, and once again, Finn finds himself in second place, but not to the man he's used to being behind, and he doesn't want second place, you can already see. He is determined to take that place back in the number 88 machine. Monaro versus Commodore playing out in front of us at the moment, and it's the Monaro that's out on top at this point in time. Quite remarkable, there's 8/10 separating these two in qualifying. Wall was 8/10 of a lap slower than Finn, but come race trim, come the full race, something's let go at the back of the circuit.
Yeah,
that's a big engine failure.
Yeah, someone's let go there, and Greg Lynch, there he is after his little spin. Argento and Kukuri, they're about to be lapped at this rate, potentially by the 2 leaders. Probably 2 more laps to go with just 40 seconds on the clock. What on earth let go? There's a big cloud of smoke coming out of turn number 4. You can still see it's a little bit hazy as the field approaches turn number 4. We'll come around that corner here. Oh, big slide from Wall as well. He's pushing hard. Well, whatever's happened, there it is there. Actually, you can see there's a car off to the side of the circuit there. I think that's the XE Falcon. I'm just trying to remember who's actually in that car. It is car number 81, which is Alan Davies. So he's the one that's let go. Oh, Finn with a late challenge down the inside there, as there's some lap traffic in the way with Argento caught at the wrong time by the race leaders.
Absolutely, they've both finally made it through. It's sort of as it was before they caught up to Argento. They are still nose to tail. We're in the final couple of corners. And Kikari's dropped back as well, down to 15th position. He's only just ahead of these leaders now on the lead lap. So very much all to play for on the final couple of laps. Although actually I'm seeing the last lap board out.
Last lap board's out now.
So just 3.1 kilometres to determine who is going to win the first VicV8 race. Oh, there's a mistake, an unforced error from Wall down at turn number 1. That's pressure of the moment on the final lap, but now Finn locks up. Dear oh dearie me, neither of them want to win this race at the moment.
No, the opportunity was there, he needed to capitalise on it. If you make a mistake, if you're on again, square one, and that little slide off of turn number 4 is going to hurt his straightaway speed heading up the hill to terminal velocity up towards 250 k's an hour, getting towards the braking zone for turn number 6. And it looks like this race is Wall's to lose. He's got the margin he needs. I think Finn is probably settling for second here. He realises that mistake off turn 4 was costly, and he wasn't going to be able to hang with the big Monaro.
No, absolutely not. The Monaro has pulled ahead, and it looks like it is going to be Wall that is going to take the victory. I said at the start of the race that it's going to be between the top 2, the HRT liveried machines. Well, what do I know? What do I know? The Monaro of Wall rounds the final corner and is going to take a surprising but thoroughly deserved race victory in race number 1 of the VicV8s. Brilliant performance from him. Finn comes across the line in second, 3 seconds behind in the end. A disastrous final lap for him. And then we've got a big wait for 3rd, 4th and 5th across the line. This is the battle a bit further back for 8th position between Finemore and Vella, I believe that is, as they come up the back straight. No overtaking here until they get back to turn number 6. Vella is right on the tail of Finemore, but can't find a way through there at turn number 6. Holdens pulled away slightly from these two, and looks like 7th should be safe. Bit of a defensive line down into Dandy Road for the 48 machine of Finemore. And looks like he might have done enough, or has he? Again, I might be proving myself wrong here.
Switch. So there's Vella looking down the inside here at turn number 11. So if he gets up far enough,
no, not
Finemore
able to.
leaves some room, but no, he didn't need to worry about that. But it's
gonna
about
be
to
drag
drag
race.
to the line here. So Finemore's got to leave a little bit of space here, but I think he's done just enough, and he has. He gets to the line. It comes up pretty quickly after the final couple of corners.
Only a 10th and a half in the end.
Yeah, not much in that either. Third place actually went to Queensland's John Adams. So we've actually got 3 different state-based drivers on the 3 steps of the podium. So Wall from New South Wales, then you had Finn from Victoria, and then Adams from Queensland. So that's a really good start to racing here in the Victorian V8s, with 3 different competitors from 3 different states taking out the top 3 positions. So bit of a margin in the end there between Wall and Finn. It was pretty close for the first couple of laps of that race. And
More than a couple.
Yeah, more than a couple. And then big gap back to John Adams. That's quite a significant gap there to the 3rd place man. David Hender and Arthur Van also 4th and 5th. And then all that battling going on throughout the rest of the field. David Ratcliffe, Matthew Horn, managing to get the better of Finemore and Gary Vella, with Aaron Wheatley home in 10th. To think Greg Lynch was mixed up in that for a little bit of time as well, and he comes home in 11th. So he managed to just stay on the lead lap, along with Nathan Bell and Brett Lehman. Probably not too far away from being lapped at the end of the day.
A couple of surprises, 1 lap down, Mark Kakari and Vic Argenta, who we saw have an incident down at turn number 3. They'll be looking to right the wrongs of their race tomorrow. A bit of a change of pace in terms of we go a little bit more historic next, with historic touring cars and the iconic HQ Holden.
Certainly will be. It'll be Darren and Dave Amor will be in the box for this one. So if you've been waiting for a little while to tune in to look at the HQ Holdens, you've not got too much longer to wait, because the National Treasure opposite the other National Treasure are about to take centre stage for historic touring cars and HQ Holdens here, the 888 Home Loans Victorian State Race Series.
We'll be back shortly.
Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Trackside here at the home of horsepower, Sandown International Motor Raceway, round one of the 888 Home Loans Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. Big shout out to the MG Car Club, who always promote the first round of the series. Done a tremendous job promoting the event, getting well over 220 entries in for this weekend. Some great racing already had. The next categories out on track will be the historic touring cars and the iconic HQs, as our two previous commentators, Dan and Steve, mentioned. A fantastic job those two guys have done over the last 4 races to call all the action and bring it to us. Great part of this season is going to be the regular Metabo raffle for the cordless impact gun set. $5 a ticket or $10 for 3 tickets. Do the maths on that. Get the $10 one and away you go. Cash and or card for the modern people that flash their platinums and golds around. Get down to the paddock office below the control tower. The raffle tickets will be on sale until 10 a.m. tomorrow. That's right, 10 a.m. tomorrow. Count them all there. Dave's absolutely flabbergasted that I can count to 10. I just didn't. I just held up 10 fingers. By the way, ladies and gentlemen, the aforementioned national treasure, David Amor, every day he is above ground is another excellent day to go racing. So get downstairs, get yourself a Metabo raffle ticket. Officially, Dave, welcome to round one of the 888 Home Loans Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. You've seen a few of these.
Yeah, it certainly has, Darren, and welcome, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls and everyone that's here this weekend. Blendline TV, absolutely fantastic. Magnificent. We're here in the commentary box and we can see every part of this racetrack. Absolutely brilliant, and it's absolutely fantastic. So we've got the NCs coming up, the historics. We've also got my favourite HQ Holdens, brought to you by Tyre Power and all the other sponsors. So we've got a race within a race, and it's going to be interesting when the fast guys start passing the slow guys further down the field.
I reckon the real battle is going to be, and we just saw that the commentary booth has got a camera in it.
Yep.
I reckon it's going to be interesting to see once you and I start getting it on race wise. You know, like who's going to lead into turn one, and we start to muscle each other out. Who's going to talk over the top of the other? I won't. I'll respect your national treasure status, Dave, and I'll let you call. I say that now, but in the heat of the race, when the helmet's on.
Yeah. Well, mate, it's like everything, and as people know, for this weekend, MG Car Club, thank you very, very much. Thank you to all the volunteers and officials that are here to make it all happen. This is round one. This is the start of my racing for 2024. I go to Bathurst in New South Wales at the end of March. Then I sort of fly all over the world, you could say, in Australia in motorsport with my truck, looking after the HQs. We go to Queensland, West Australia, Northern Territory when the V8 supercars are up there supporting HQ Holdens. And we've also got the HQ Nationals in Tasmania this year in September. So we've got a lot of racing. Around about 90 cars throughout Australia will be racing this year. There is 54 have put their hand up for Bathurst at the end of March. There's some 35 that already put their hand up for the Nationals in Tassie. So if you've got a HQ, you can almost go anywhere.
Interesting homecoming going to HQs for the Nationals in Tasmania. It's where the HQs, I guess, traditionally where they started, and they set sail for the mainland after that.
Yeah, they certainly did, and you know, you go to the HQs. Like 88 was our first race meeting. 89 we really got going. We had the Calder Park Thunderdome. We also had flat track racing throughout the whole of Australia, including Tasmania. 674 HQs were racing in Australia in the mid-92-93 season, ladies and gentlemen. It's the biggest one-make class in the world, HQ Holdens. So absolutely brilliant. And when you have a look at it, we have tried to keep the cost down for HQs, Darren. Actually, that must be a wide shot because there's a fair bit of ego in here, and this room's only 4 foot wide, ladies and gentlemen. So you can see Darren almost takes up most of it. So we just got to wait for the Holden HQs to go out. They just had to repair turn 4. The car had a bit of a hemorrhage over there. MG's got that all happening, so we're just waiting for it all to happen. But have a look at the schedule.
There's the schedule there. That'll be for Sunday. We'll open it up like we did today. The Porsche 944 and sports cars, lively and brought to us by Jack Atlee. And on debut here at the State Series with Emma Dean bringing us the sports cars this morning. Sports Sedans will be next. The big bangers, Formula V's out there, the Buzz and Hornets, some fantastic streamline racing. The XL's excitement. VicV8s, good ground-thumping Aussie-bred V8 racing. Historic touring cars, and we'll get back to that grid sheet for the touring cars and the HQs in a moment for their first race for the season. MG and invited British cars will be on next, and they'll also be on 11:45 tomorrow. Formula Ford and Saloon cars rounded out, and we do it all over again. Great to see Formula Ford and Saloon cars. They presented some fantastic racing right through 2023. And as part of the 888 Homelands Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships, always acquitting themselves very, very well indeed. Tickets available at the gate. Not quite sure what the prices on those are. I think it's about $30 for tomorrow. So great value, and it is confirmed $30 to get into the track tomorrow. A great day of racing. You just saw the program where for, I don't know, what's it, about $2.50 an hour, can you go and get some fantastic entertainment. The hospitality of the heritage listed grandstand here, magnificent facility to come and join us. And Red Hills, so down at turn 9 there, you can drive your car in and watch from the comfort of your own car here at Sandown. And regardless of the bumps and the corners and things here at Sandown, we're smack bang in the middle of suburban Melbourne. So easy to get to. Even on public transport, you get off the train at Springvale Station, 5-minute walk down the side of the train line here, through the hole in the fence, and you're watching racing. I mean, around the front gate, pay you $30 and you're watching racing.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's time to get up there and keep an eye on this race. We've got Darren and Dave here, and we've also, don't forget, we've got the historic Group N's and the HQ Holdens that'll be coming out, that'll be gridding up. There's around about a 10-second delay between Group 1 and Group 2, so keep your eyes out. These 20-minute races, 20 minutes, that's when, bang, they go out the front gate here, Darren, to when the checker flag drops. So it gives us a little bit more time than what we used to have with our 6, 7 or 8 lap races. So 20 minutes, every class is getting plenty of time for their sponsors and crews to be out there, seeing what's happening, what's going on the TV screen. You can see that's turn 4, ladies and gentlemen. That's over the far side from the commentary box, as far as I can walk anyway. Right over there, then they turn around up the back chute. They've got a bit of a right-hand kink up the back chute for HQ Holdens, around about 170, 180 kilometres an hour. And your beloved Group N's, Darren, are doing around about 240, 245.
Yes, some of them are, that's true. Let's have a look at that grid sheet and confirm where they'll be starting. Dominic Leo, Dom in the 84, will take it away, and he's in the Chevy Camaro. And he's in P2. Adrian Moyle in his Camaro, the number 25 is in pole position. P3, Brett Trengrove. Trev Talbot, Peter Muleman in that black pony out there as well. Andrew Beard, Jeff Monday, Ray Hepburn, Leo Tobin in the number 46. He's in the Mustang there as well, looking ever so good. Bill Trengove, we go back to Luke Patterson, Jerry Lenstra, Don Knight and Peter Oliver in the HQs. Sporting number 1 down the side. Ryan Woods will lead them away. No, he won't, because Andrew Magilton qualified faster than him. Ryan Woods with the number 1 will be coming out of still the front row of the grid. Magilton in the number 14 will be out of position number 1. 2, Ryan Woods. 3, Kenny Wright, Steve Banks, Glenn McDonald, Ray Jardine out in car number 8. Tony Maloney, Ben Richards, John Mahoney, go back to James Kenner, and Rebecca Verhoeven out the back of the field for the HQs. There's Connor McLeod, joined on the back of the grid there. Doesn't feature on our grid sheet, but joined in the pink Tirana. He's building a Commodore. I think it's for improved production in his shed at the moment. So obviously wants to tuck that GTR XU1 away for future investment.
Yep,
doing a good job. Have a look at these Tyre Power HQs out there with their Kenders on there, Dave.
Yeah, they certainly are. Kenders tyres, we've been using them for 8 years now. It's a rip-roaring, affordable excitement. HQ Holdens, Kenda tyres, Pettis suspension, Pro Cams is the new camshaft. The new camshaft, people, we used to have Clive cams and Way cams back in the day, but that's all now changed to Crow cams. So absolutely fantastic. They've come on board, and they will also be a sponsor of the HQs throughout Australia. Thank you very much, guys, for keeping HQ Holdens. The HQ Holdens starting to line themselves up, just getting themselves all ready. We've got the NCs right here in front of us, Darren. This has got to be a rip-roaring race, mate. Who can talk over who first?
Let's let the cars and the drivers on track do all of that talking. The 25 and the 84 Camaros on the front row of the grid. We go one row further back. Brett Trengrove and Trevor Talbot. More Camaros. It's Peter Muleman that is waving the flag for the FOMO Co, and he's out of third row of the grid. Chevy Camaros across the first two rows. Who will make it down into turn one? Who'll get the whole shot? The big run down. We're just starting to move, and away we go. The 25 of Adrian Moyle does a beautiful job, but it's going to be the silver one, and that, I think that's Jeff Monday that came charging down through the field there. We've got one HQ just out of place there. Is that Ray Jardine that's pulled up on the outside there as their race gets underway as well, and they start to charge down.
Certainly have. We've got Magilton and Woods side by side. Kenny Wright right in behind him. Then we've got Banks and then also McDonald. As we try and fit you all in, ladies and gentlemen, as the front group is going through turns 3 and 4, as we can see at the moment. Oh, someone just put the lights on there, mate. 25 has gone back.
It's a busy old time, isn't it? You've got to have the lights on.
Oh, look at Banks right on the boot lead to Magilton. Ryan Woods gone round the outside in turn 1. Here we go. Kenny Wright. McDonald's up the inside trying. Oh, touch the boot lead of Banks just as they come down into turn 4.
I tell you what, like the two Buffalo girls, they go around the outside in the HQs. They are absolutely riding it down into turn 4. We go back to the historic touring cars. It's the 22, Brett Trengo. He's had a ripping start of it, and he's charging pretty hard. He's got the guys out in front. They've also got away very, very nicely indeed. This is a big run. There's Muleman in the Mustang. He's doing a terrific job as well. They come onto the straight to complete lap number 1, but he's going to be the 22 of Brett Trengo that leads the historic touring cars onto the straight. The 84 goes right alongside, which is Dominic Leo, and our HQs are already at turn 9.
That's Tony Maloney there, 99, right behind Raj Jardine there, the number 8 car. That's one of the Collins' car from many, many years ago. Collins Transport from Cranbourne. As they come in, have a look at this Magilton car, the car 14. That won the 4-hour up at Winton there the second week of December. Him and Ryan Woods joined together and won that, blew everyone away. So we've got Magilton, Woods, Banks right behind him, 2 car links. Then we've got Glenn McDonald right behind Glenn McDonald. I'm just trying to work out, that's Ray Jardine, Tony Maloney.
So car number 32, that's just that car we just saw disappearing off screen. Obviously a start line infringement there out of the historic touring car field. But the HQs are filling our screens right now. Have a look at this, Magilton and Woods. This is the Camaros out in front. The GM cars, this is the 84 leading it round. Dom Leo started on the front of the grid. Boy, they have got some horsepower. They try and get down through those little 8-inch tyres. Bounces it off the back of the track there. Try and keep it within the painted lines there, guys. You don't want to tear a tyre up on one of these magnificent old racing cars. The 22 currently sitting there in P2, which is Brent Trengo. Led lap number 1. He's had to succumb to the professor behind him in Dominic Leo, and he has charged on through as well. Have a look at this, Peter Muleman ducks out for a bit of clean air on the Camaro, tries to run down the inside into turn number 1. They tip it in. It's the 25, Adrian Moyle, back to the 68 there. And that's Jeff Monday. He's had a ripping start there, Jeff Monday. Let's have a look at this. Up the back straight here, side by side. Historic touring car style, Group NC. Drives over, switches back. Trengo just gets him back under there. Boy, oh boy, have a look at the spring rate on those things. They just ride over the back of the ripple strips there. That will certainly get race control's attention. That is, what do they call that? Track extremities, Dave?
Yeah, it certainly does, mate. You've got to have a massive set of big brakes going down in the dandy corner there, mate.
Oh,
I'll tell you. Oh, 25 has certainly had a nose scrape.
Bit of a
by the
punch,
looks of
bit
it.
of a punch on there. That's a little bit of a blood nose, bit of endum boxing style.
Certainly is. So we've got Magilton, Woods, Banks, Wright, McDonald, Tony Maloney. That's rounding out the top 6 for the HQ Holdens here at Tyre Power. Tyre Power, massive sponsor of HQs now for 3 years. Thank you very, very much. But also all the other sponsors. Kenny Wright, McDonald, Tony Maloney, Jardine. Jardine's gone back two positions by the looks of it. Banks has got Woods. Banks is up into second. The plumber from out back in the 76 car is right behind Magilton, the electrical car. And then we've got Ryan Woods. He fixes your wood heaters. So there you go, ladies and gentlemen. Look after the sponsors.
So car number 84, our race leader, has now got a 5-second penalty as well. That will be a start line infringement, being 5 seconds. That's going to be troublesome because at the moment it's half a second back to Trengove, 1.9 or 2.9 seconds back to Moyle. So dropping right out of the top 5. That will happen to Leo. So he really has to get a good lead on in this race. In fact, he has to get a 6-second lead to get this win. Fastest lap of the race to Trevor Talbot in the number 76. Trevor started out of row number 2 and the number 76 car doing the fastest lap there. So Trev doing very well. That was I guess the slowest out of the fastest 4 Camaros.
Certainly is. Here we go. McGilton. We've got Banks. Right behind him is Ryan Woods. Ryan Woods is catching with the HQ Holdens. The fastest car out there is McGilton. You can see that Tony Maloney is pulled out and tried. No, he's tucked right back in to the Ready Roast. Ready Roast. Massive sponsors of Glenn McDonald in the 87 car. Been with him right since the 92-93 season on the Thunderdome, ladies and gentlemen, and then Flat Track, and Thunderdome, and he's kept on going with the Flat Track. Good to see the 2 brothers there. One works on the car and the other one wrings its neck.
Well, I like it when they sling the pie oven into the back and start delivering chickens around town for their Ready Race. No, that's probably not how it's done. It's probably done with a nice modern EV or something like
Ready
that.
Roast, mate. It's a fantastic meal.
It's good
value
meal.
for meal. It's like Mum and Dad's old meal that you used to get many years ago when you were a little fella.
I'm going to have to let you in on a bit of a secret here, Dave, that secretly in the background, Victorian Motorsport is working on a podcast where you and I go around tasting Ready Roasts and we report to the public on the quality of it. What do you reckon? That sound like
mate, I can't wait to get some pork on my fork, I tell you. That's for sure. Up the back chute, have a look at this. They're pretty wide. That's Kenner in the HQ. And now we've got the front runners there of the Group N coming through the Group NC. This is a little bit tight.
This is getting messy, isn't it? Just getting a bit messy. A couple of Camaros sneaking up. They all come out of the same factory, or at least a General Motors factory somewhere on the planet. But up they come, around through turn 10. They wobble through there. The HQ is just getting gazumped by the higher horsepower. Gee, these Camaros never had this sort of horsepower back in the 70s when they raced them, did they? These things are advances in technology, that is for sure. Machining, even gaskets and sealing products, they really have advanced these pieces of kit. Oh, that's no good. The 41 parked up of Jerry Lenetra just coming down into Dandenong Road, sort of around 6 or turn 7 sort of thing there. So expired up there, so that's sad. Jerry didn't want to see the Cortina parked up.
Yeah, so we've got Magilton, then we've got Banks. Right on the boot leader, Banks is Ryan Woods. I was just about ready to say, Darren, before you took that breath 5 minutes ago, but I reckon there was a green flag waving down in Dandy Corner, which means there must be a yellow somewhere else. So up the back chute, Magilton, thanks Tyre Power. We've got Banksy there in the 176. We've got the number 1. Why has he got number 1? Because he came number 1 last year in the Victorian Championship. Ryan Woods, fantastic. Very, very good there. Have a look at the new sponsors. Support there. Ryan Woods is going to give me an A4 sheet of paper with the new sponsors. He got some new sponsors on. That car, 12 days ago, ladies and gentlemen, didn't have a swinging panel on it. No pedals on it. No diff, wheels, no nothing. 12 days. It's here racing. And qualified second fastest, Darren.
He did.
Remember?
Fantastic effort though. Ryan did drive very well last year. Just having a good look at this Mini. This is Luke Patterson, the Lara window shutters entry Mini. And right alongside there, gee, they get away from him in the corners, don't they? It's just hold it to the metal and around you go. The 32 coming in behind there as well. So, sorry, 36 there. Is that Rebecca No, it's the 32. Who's in the 32?
Mate, you
Not on
know,
my entry
you
list
could
yet.
almost have a bet with someone and point out that car and go, mate, that one Bathurst.
Yeah, good to call,
You know, hang on,
Bob
hang on.
Jane drove that to a win at Bathurst.
Yeah.
You see the ad. You see the ad on my 105, and people start arguing that it's not that one. It is. I can tell you, it is.
It is, yep.
It
Yeah,
is.
the
Look at this.
the
Luke-
ID flag is correct.
Luke goes wide here. Now, this is interesting. We've got some of the Camaros coming through in the HQs, and the yellow Camaro has got some smoke absolutely billowing out. I'm going to say from the bell housing type of area there. Could be the back of the motor or bell housing. They made up with each other. Oh, it's getting on his tyres too. So this is getting a bit jiggy, a bit of hippie shaking. The number 76 there for Trevor Talbot. Fastest car on track, and you can see why. He's sliding around the place like he owns it. And the car in front's just putting the leg out of bed there as well over onto the dirt and giving him a good spray with some stones. Absolutely pluming smoke out of the Trevor Talbot car. And the way he slid across the top of the hill there at turn 6, and the bit of shiny stuff on the road behind him.
4 minutes to go, ladies and gentlemen. That's probably at least 2 laps. So we've got at least 2 laps to go. 76 car, yep, she's certainly smoking. That's a bit of oil there. That's a bit of oil in the exhaust or something like that happening. The 22 car's locking a right rear brake. That's all it seems to be. Then we've got the ham sandwich. The Mini is in between the red and yellow into turns 2 and 3. They'll pop out there. They'll squeeze like a pimple right over in turn 4.
With the yellow car of Trevor Talbot there, it's probably a ham and cheese sandwich, Dave, the way that would probably roll. Gets through there, so Trevor Talbot gets the Camaro out, gets back up the back straight, and have a look at these HQs out over the back of the ripple strip there, right in front of the tyre power sign as they work their way up the back straight here at Sandown.
And they're screaming, ladies and gentlemen. HQ Holden doing around about 5,700 revs, which is around about 176 k's up over the top. You dab the left foot on the brake pedal, way past that road on the right-hand side. I didn't realise you could do that, but Stootman told me that about 25 years ago. Where are you braking, Dave? And I said, well, don't you worry about it, mate. I'm getting the brakes ready for you to next time. Here we go into Dandy Corner.
86, the bed car, getting through there nicely. This is a magnificent piece of machinery. They really do prepare these historic touring cars to within a millimetre of their lives, or should I say, keeping it era-specific to within a thou of their lives. They do a tremendous job to put on such an entertaining race, and you can't tell me that these guys aren't racing for sheep stations. They are absolutely on it. The way we're watching Trevor Talbot slide his thing around out there, they are absolutely racing for keeps. This is not what we wanted to see out of the 59. This is the Mustang. That's taking no further part with Ray Hepburn. Bit of a lack of Mustangs here this weekend. He's giving the thumbs up and he's okay, just saying, yep, I'm all right. Oh, and we come straight back to a massive front wheel lock up on the 93. The Mini losing out there, and have a look at Magelton. It's Magelton all over the back of the Mini. You could be trying to get home from school in 1974 out there at the moment. That is absolutely huge.
I'll tell you what, Magilton's going to eat that Mini going up the back chute. Oh, the Mini's pulled out to the side. He doesn't want to be eaten. Here comes Magilton and the Mini up the back chute behind him. Then we got Banks.
This is how they did speed comparisons in the Tasman series.
Is that how they do it?
That's how they did it. A Mini and a HQ and a Camaro coming up the middle there. There we go.
Oh, have a look at this. A lot of horsepower there. One car's got most of it.
Yeah, that's right.
Righto, here we go. Down in the Dandy Corner. One more lap for the HQs. So I'm just trying to work it out, ladies and gentlemen. Boys and girls, trying to work this out. It looks like we've got to go. The front runners are doing, well, they're 10 laps. HQs are doing their 7+. But, geez, I'll tell you what, they're starting to smoke. Oh, the 22 car. Right. Whoa! Whoa, he's going out wide.
He's just mowing the lawn out there a little bit now, and well, I tell you what, I reckon for about 3 laps now, he is getting a little bit of some sort of fluid on those rear tyres, because Trevor is normally really tidy, really clean racer, but you can tell that smoke. That you can't tell me that smoke's not getting back on the back of those Hoosier race tyres on the back of that Camaro. The race leader at the moment is Trengove over Trevor Talbot, so that is our race lead right there, the red Camaro with the blue lights, great contrasting on the front of that. Even the fog lights have got blue sticky tape over the top of them. And
Sticky
22.
tape. Sticky tape, Darren. Oh, you're
Contact
still in
tape.
primary school, mate.
Yeah,
That's
yeah. Well,
better.
I was just saying the HQs and the minis are coming to pick us up at primary school in the 70s.
All right, have a look at this. We're down to only two corners to go. This will be quite interesting. What on earth is he going to do? Will it be the 22 car or will the 76 car slip slide around the out? No, he slowed it right down. Here's a 22 car, just trying to work it out. Tony,
Oh, they've had a contact there too. There's a bit of a blood eye. Yeah, look at that. There's a bit of contact there. So
last lap.
last lap now, and Trevor Talbot. Not only is he smoking, he's now got a blood nose. That right front headlight all dinted in, and the back of the front of the one behind him all biffed in as well. Out over the back of the ripple strips. This is getting a bit desperate for Trevor Talbot.
Yeah.
That dint on that guard wasn't there last lap around. That's for sure.
No, it certainly wasn't, Darren.
Wow, that's troublesome for historic touring cars. I don't like dinging these things up, that's for sure.
Yeah,
Here we
very
go,
true.
replay. Here it is, coming down, turn 10 into 11. There it is. Oh, he was trying to position his car for the braking area.
Yeah.
Wow, the finite movements, and Trevor Talbot, super experienced and fantastic race car driver. He'll be pretty sorry about that. He's not a kind of guy that goes out to get a blood nose, that's for sure.
Yeah, that's for sure. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I will say it. I made a mistake. Sorry. We got time plus an extra lap.
Yeah.
So when I said it was 2 laps to go, it was 3. Sorry. I
So we're
won't do
coming
that
around to
again.
the checkered flag now.
Here we go. Have a look at this. Oh, have a look at this. We've got all 3, first, second, and third, all dinted at the moment.
We have, and
left
it
rear,
is the 22
right front.
of Brent Trengo. He's going to flow the car nicely. The checkered flag is out. The MG Car Club officials wave the flag. We've got 1, 2, 3 across the line. Brent Trengo, Trevor Talbot, Adrian Moyle, who started out a pole, fought hard for that podium in the end after disappearing backwards. The fastest lap by the race winner of 122.99.
Take a breath, Darren. Here comes me HQs, ladies and gentlemen. Up over the top, down in the dandy corner. We've got Magilton first. Oh, have a look at this. We've got the little 32 car, the Cortina. But right in behind that, we've got Banks and Ryan Woods. Ryan Woods is trying to slap the back of Banks' car there a little bit to try and make a little bit of room. Magilton's out the front, he's doing right. He goes Ryan Woods, he's got to go down the right-hand side, which is the wrong side. Then he's got to try and back out and come down the left-hand side. Oh, look at this, here we go. Magilton's done it. Oh, well done, Banks. Banks has pulled out, shot off to the left, which is good. So we've got Banks. And then right behind him, Ryan Woods in the number 1 car there with a new sponsor. And then in 4th position, we've got Kenny Wright, Ray Jardine. And also, we've got a lady that's driving the HQ. She's doing extremely well also. I'm sorry about that. Very, very well done. We're just going through them all. I'm just waiting for the screen to catch up.
There it is, Rebecca Verhoeven.
Van Hoven, yep, done extremely well there in the 36 car. Well done, good to see.
Don Knight was in the 32 in the mix there, so he wasn't racing in the HQs. Obviously, the Cortina in there as well. So Don was he was fighting for position, so it was good to see a bit of the battle. They would have fought it out in the showrooms, I reckon, the old Cortinas and the HQs back in the day as well. So there it is. Unfortunately, we've got the 59 parked up there, so that's sad for Ray Hepburn. He will try and get the car back on track for racing tomorrow. Of course, the HQs and the historic touring cars are on at 11:20, so plenty of time to get it effective. There we have it. Brent Trengo over Trevor Talbot, Adrian Moore, Dom Leo, then it's Peter Mullerman, Andrew Baird, Jeff Munday, Brett Hodgkin, Bill Trengo, and Andrew Magilton, the first HQ home. They're in, I guess, outright in 10th, but first in HQs. Don Knight in the Cortina, then it's Banks in HQ, Ryan Woods in HQ, Luke Patterson in the Mini, Kenny Wright in the HQ, Ray Jardine did get home, Tony Maloney, Ben Richards, Dave Kenner, and John Mahoney in the 20 there.
Excellent. Well, thank you all, especially the MG Car Club. Thank you very much. Blendline TV, this is getting better and better all the time, mate. It's really, you know, take my hat off. Fantastic. Thank you, guys. The volunteers doing everything today and tomorrow. And don't forget, the volunteers have got a barbie happening late this afternoon, Darren. I'm sure you'll inhale a sausage at some stage and catch up with a few people. But remember, without them, we don't go racing. So please come and join them and have a bit of a chat and thank them. Thank you very much, Darren.
No worries, Dave. Hey, have you got your ticket for the Metabo raffle yet?
So
On your
I've been
way
told.
downstairs through the garage, card or cash, whichever way you want to do it. You've got a Metabo raffle on the go down there. It's for a cordless impact gun set, $5 for 1 ticket, $10 for 3 tickets for you, $20 for 6 tickets. Out the door you go. Thank you very much, Dave Amor. As the screen says and the boys before said, national treasure. Great to have you here, Dave Amor.
Nah, excellent. Thank you all. I want to go down and get me $10 worth, and we'll see what happens. Thanks, Darren.
No
and
probs.
Don't forget your $10 either.
That's
Thanks,
exactly
guys.
right. We'll be down there. Thanks, Dave Amor. We've got plenty of racing still to go here at the 888 Home Loans Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. MG and invited British cars next, Formula Ford and Saloon cars rounding out the day. I reckon they've done pretty well with that programming. By the time Saloon cars get here, the place is going to go absolute bunter mad. We'll be back in just a couple of moments with the MG and invited British cars. Welcome back trackside, ladies and gentlemen. The 2024 888 Home Loans Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships well underway We've been fanging for it since about the 1st of January. We just want to get the season underway, see what everyone's been tinkering with in the sheds, and the cars coming out next seem to be fettled and tinkered more than many others out there. In fact, we've got the MG and Invited British Cars. I'm Darren Smith, and the Bennett Signs MG and Invited British Cars representative here, Sean Herlihy, who joined us at Calder and makes a lifelong choice, some good choices and some probably ones that you regret after a little while too, to be one of those people that fettles and plays with MGs.
Oh, I think you're born into it, aren't you, Darren?
Yes.
It's in your blood before you know it, really.
Yeah.
But no, look, it's great to be back at sunny Sandown for round one of the 888 Home Loans Vic State Race Series. And we've got a fairly good grid here for MGs this weekend. Just running through the quick qualifying list. Phil Chester's put it on the big blue beast on pole yet again, closely followed by Richard Milligan in the ex-Mort Fitzgerald V8, closely followed by Simon Elliott in the beautiful RV8. And behind him we've got Danny Siama in a factory MGB GT V8, Jason Holmes in the ZR with a turbo rover engine, Mike Trathen in the little midget, who is going to try and follow up his last season's win and make it 3 in a row for a nice championship. See how he goes this year. Gary Bulmer there in the nicely presented MGB. Chris Kidney in his little ZR, closely followed by Rod Wells in who may or may not be out there actually. He had a few issues after qualifying. And Rod Wells is running a little MG Sprite with a little Sebring front. It's actually got a Rover K series in it. Running wise, but cool little car. Hank Zwaterveen behind him in the Group S spec MGB, and Tony Vollebrant behind him in the bright yellow 190 ZR. John Makem in his 40 year, I think he said, 40 years owned MG midget, running an A series still. Great to see John back out there. Also our club captain this year for the MG Racing. Jeff Pikes made the big effort down from New South Wales to run this weekend with us. Great to have Jeff part of the field. And Jason Edwards in the MGF. Gary Gibson in the beautifully presented GD6 Triumph. Have a good look at that car this weekend, see what he can do in that. And Jeff St John Cox in the Triumph behind him. Peter Rose, Adam Adliff and Jimmy Dodd behind him. And closely followed by David Mottram bringing the back.
Great field of MG and Invited British Cars. If there's been a field that have taken to having live streaming better than any, it's the MGs. They've all of a sudden flocked to the racetrack. MG Racing been around for a long, long time, but really having some great fields. That car on the second row of the grid, the number 15, beautifully presented car. They're looking forward to seeing what Danny can do. He had a troubled time at Calder, but I tell you what, he set the pace. When you think about the two cars that are on the front of this grid, and I am so much looking forward to seeing this number 10 get away. The old Mort Fitzgerald car that used to just do amazing laps. Not putting any pressure on this guy, but I tell you what, really looking forward to seeing Richard Milligan get away. But it will be Phil Chester that gets the Monty Power car away nicely. And have a look at the charge down the inside there from Gary Bulmer. Absolutely on fire there, gets away beautifully. Just looking through the field there, yep, watching Milligan. Have a look at Trathen. He's starting to move around there as well.
Well, he'll keep the pressure on Danny. Indeed, he'll keep the pressure on Danny there. A bit of rivalry between these two from the last 12 months, and Danny's really kept it well into turn one there, and really hugging that inside line, trying to keep the midget behind him. Mike's very, very good through the little windy bits and little midget. Again, got that little midget humming very well. Still an A series bottom end, that thing. It's got a BMW head on it, which is why it goes so well.
Or it might be the A series bottom end, just doing all the hard work and the head hanging in there. But I tell you what, though, he drives it and races it. And he's a real races racer. He comes to the track to go hard, and there's not a lap where he doesn't ease up in that thing, because you can't. You've got to be up it. You've got to be absolutely on it. The charge coming down from just behind there, and that is Bulmer in the number 4. It's 45 coming through, the 48 coming through there as well. It's a good start by Tony.
Yeah, he's done well, Tony, off the start there to get ahead of those few cars. Just put a bit of pressure on Rod Wells there in the Sebring midget. Rod will be doing everything to keep that in front of those modern cars. A cool looking car, that little midget. Again, Sebring little duckbill front end. Probably not great for the aeronauticals, but or aerodynamics rather. But yeah, cool little car nonetheless.
Great to see Chris Gidney out there as well. Of course, this is the Hugh Gidney Memorial Race, and fantastic that he's out there racing in the white car as well. They're going to go 2 wide next to each other here, the hatchbacks. as they charge down into turn 1. Looks to be a drive past in a straight line. Wow, the 19 showing a good turner straight line handling there, Sean.
Indeed, yeah. I think Chris has been doing a lot of work on that car in the last sort of 6 to 12 months, sort of developing it up to try and give Tony a bit of a run for his money. But yeah, look, Tony's just got back in front through turn 1. So good to see a bit of a dice with these two.
Good battle there as well, and they're starting to range up as well on Bollebreck and Wells. And the 3 just operating in the background there, Jason Holmes.
There's that GT6 for Gary Gibson, who's, yeah, look, I was chatting to him earlier. He's lost more knuckles building that thing than anyone's done anything recently. So, look, it's a credit to him to see the car out and about and going so well. Again, we see this little battle here between Danny. Mike Trathen just putting the pressure on through the windy bits. That V8's, you know, they're quite a good handling car, but yeah, look, the midget's definitely a little bit more sprightly through the windy bits. But Danny's doing well to keep in front of him.
Phil Chester, a 1:17.36, fastest lap of this race. This race beating last year was a different sort of side of things. It was more about the invited as more than the MGs. Mike Roddy turned up with the Jaguar, TWR XJS as well. Keith Ondaatje qualified on the front row there as well in the Triumph. So, and then it was, of course, Trevor Lindsay in the GT6, who, by the end of the weekend, actually won a race there in the GT6 and set sail on a ripping 2023 championship.
Indeed, yeah, he did very well. We are missing a few of the invited British guys this weekend. From the MG and invited side of things, there are a few cars that are getting rebuilds, and obviously everybody doing different things these days. So, but look, nevertheless, we've got a reasonable field here.
It is a good grid, yeah, really good to have over 20 cars. When you look through the field, it's and they're quality cars there as well. Got to say, I'm missing the Ondaatje Stags. like to see them out there and send Keith the best of wishes. Caught up with him at the Vic Series presentation dinner. He said he was going to organise a bit of a motorsport boys lunch. Waiting for that. Probably had it and not invited me.
Oh, maybe.
I'm going to get a message any minute now from Keith saying, "Oh, we're doing it tomorrow." Oh, thanks, Keith. Yeah, I'm at the racetrack.
But you're bang on. We are missing the Ondaatjes. They are a good addition to the field. Love seeing the Triumphs out there. Like, Danny's really having to pedal this thing, keeping these two little lighter cars behind him. Again, both 4 cylinders, these two. Gary Bulmer in that little MGB there, the red one with the flares. I'd say it's about a 2-litre engine with a cross-flow head, fairly worked MGB. But Gary's done really well to get it up there behind Mike and Danny Siama.
So Gary just off the back here as well, and Mike Trathen just giving it every single rev that is possibly known to man. Ranges right up in behind Danny Siama. This is where the GT V8 will start to pull away. Here's the intervals. We're looking at it now. Danny Siama to Mike Trathen, 0.2 of a second. Bulmer, 0.5. So we've got them well and truly closed up. Here comes the rest of the field.
Yeah, Hank Zotterveen here. We're seeing the nicely presented MGB there. A fairly well sorted car. Oh, Jason Holmes in the Turbo Rover MGZR there on screen as we see, just trying to chase down Rod Wells, using all the turbo power he's got, giving the Sebring a run for its money. And I must say, it's not a factory Sebring. It is just a midget with a Sebring front.
This is the grey car we're watching with the green stripe over the top. Sean.
Indeed, yeah. Look,
it's an interesting looking iteration, isn't it?
Yeah, look, it's cool to have something different out there as well.
It is.
You know, it's not just another MG front midget sort of thing out there, but look, that car again, modern engine, MG Rover K series, if you will, same as the Lotus Elise Series 1s and that sort of thing. Hence why he's gone the X-Power grey and green combination for the little midget. Again, very modern engineering into an old midget shell, so great to have him out there.
You touch on the Sebring front. What are we talking about there? We're looking straight at the car now.
Yeah, so I think, again, the idea back in the period was to try and make it that little bit aerodynamic. You know, Rod's decided to go with that front end. Again, probably for something different. I was chatting to him earlier. I think he's got about 15 sprites or midgets back home, so he's got a few for sale if you're looking for a nice bug eye or sprite. But yeah, look, he decided to go for this just for something different. Not that common, you don't see him that often, and yeah, look, cool looking thing.
Yeah, it really is. It keeps so I guess that frontal area is a lot further down. We've got a good comparison there, actually. One right behind a line of stern with each other there.
Yeah, very similar.
The B not quite the same as the midget, but then again, we can draw a comparison. So if those MG aficionados out there, that is the Sebring front, and certainly is something different. Here's a great battle going on as well.
Yeah, Jeff Pike down from New South Wales and John Makem there in the little midget, having a bit of fun.
John Makem, interesting. It'd be fun to watch him trying to get in and out of the MG. Big fella.
Yeah, look, he was saying that he's caught up with old mates the other day, and they've all put on a few pounds, but that's all right. You know, these things happen. But no, it's good to see him back out in the midget. He's absolutely loving it out there, and it's good to see him doing so well. He's slowly wound that car back up since he brought it back out a few years ago. Had a few years sort of off the racetrack sort of thing, and yeah, it's great to see him out there having a ball.
He's a big fan of the telecast as well. He bailed me up at the presentation dinner last year and I can't even remember what I was being accused of saying about him, but I've said it now, haven't I? I remember saying the big fella in the midget.
No, it wouldn't matter. Yeah, he's got tough skin, old Johnny. He's all right. He'll brush it off.
Really, really enthusiastic MG racing competitor, that's for sure. Back, here we go. This is for 4th, 5th and 6th on the road here as we're seeing Chester. He's now sprinted away. Hasn't betted his time of 1:17.36 just yet, but certainly very, very fast out of the gates.
Actually, it's worth mentioning, I mentioned that Simon Elliott was out there in the RV8. Now, it looks like they've had some problems getting it back on track for this race. He hasn't quite made the start of the race, and so that actually brings Danny Siama up into 3rd position at the moment, Mike Trathman into 4th. So, look, Danny would be absolutely wrapped at the moment. Hopefully he can keep it where it is and bring it home.
Yeah, shame with Elliott, because that car at Calder at the end of last year had hit its straps. He was doing a brilliant piece of work. And again, it's an iteration on something that we know, but looks different, really does, that V8 type of car. And what was very interesting, and I'd never actually seen the road going on, someone brought one out to Calder, and there was one in the paddock area. So to be able to see the race car and see how to bulging haunches and all of that on it was pretty cool. Yeah.
Look, again, probably worth saying that car is generally an MGB underpinnings. It's had panels made to look like an RV8, but the way it's been done is just brilliant. You know, it really is a credit to Simon and his team, the way that car's presented. And generally, you know, he's only a couple of seconds off Phil, so it's a shame to not see him out there, but hopefully he'll be out tomorrow. Have a good race.
So Phil Chester leading the way with Milligan behind, Danny Siama, who we're looking at right there in the 15, Mike Trathman behind him, Gary Bulmer, Hanks Barton, and then we go to Rod Wells, Jason Holmes, Chris Gidney, and Tony Vollerbeck rounding out our top 10 as we get a good look at the 67 now of Gibson.
Yeah, gorgeous little thing. Again, just finished building this thing up from scratch. The last sort of 12 months as he has a little whoopsie into Dandenong corner there. He's really still getting his head around this car. Oh, we've just got Jeff off in the kitty litter there. Hopefully you can rejoin safely. They don't have to red flag this one.
Big shout out to Trevor Lindsay, probably home in South Australia, watching the championship, which he played such a big part of in Victoria last year, and it was great to see him over here for the presentation and take his awards as well. Did a terrific job in the Triumph GT6 last year. That's not what we want to see.
No, that's unfortunate.
Probably don't want to burn the clutch out and dig a hole there and not get out of the dirt, is it?
No,
that's going to have yellow flags.
That's a big shame for Jeff. Come all this way to from New South Wales, and accidentally put it off into the kitty litter. Look, these things happen in racing, don't they?
They do. 4 minutes left in this, the first race for the 2024 season for the Bennett Signs MG and invited British Racing, race number 1.
I just love this GD6. I think they've got great lines, the GD6, and again, the way he's slightly flared it and just made it all suitable for racing, he's done a good job.
I don't like that. That just breaks my heart when you see a driver sitting up on the top of the tyre barriers after parking it in the gravel, and we have got a safety car, so I would suggest that is for the car down there. There's nothing else really around the track that's going to create grief for us. But here's this Triumph we've just been talking about, Sean, and yes, I do agree, not to brush over it, but they really did a beautiful job styling that car back in the era when that car was first sort of made. So
yeah,
they do look good, and last year we had one that did such a fantastic job.
As you say, with 3 minutes left on the clock for this race 1 of MG Racing and invited British, I'd say we'll finish this one out behind the safety car, but look, let's see how quickly they get it moved.
The Racer Industries safety car comes out on track and nullifies the field for the time being. So it is Phil Chester in the Monty Power MGB GT V8. I think holds the lap record for the class here, doesn't he?
He does. I was just going to say earlier, he's done a 17.3 this race. I believe he's got into the 16s, but I'm actually not 100% sure. I think you'll find the track record here is a 16. I believe it is in that car, but I don't think Phil was driving it at the time. So, look, I don't believe he's going for a lap record in the sense, but the track and the conditions are definitely favourable in that case.
Tell you what, though, Phil Chester, as far as this series is concerned, is a tireless, I'm going to also almost a tireless servant, but a tireless worker around in the background, trying to draw commercial support into the field, and we do send out our gratitude and wishes to him on his flight. And keep going, Phil. We'd like you to keep working, and we'll get that elusive big naming rights sponsor, I reckon, pretty soon. The way this telecast is going and the way we're representing Victorian motorsport to the world is second to none. There's no one else quite doing it like the Victorian Series. Safety car has nullified race number 1, and it's been, I can't remember when I've seen an MG Invited British Cars race under safety car. That's something that we don't see very often indeed. Big shout out to Bennett Signs, obviously supporting the MG Racing Australia outfit here this weekend.
Indeed, I might just take a quick opportunity to thank our annual sponsors for MG Racing and Invited British. We've got Buran Motors back involved for MGs, and
Wolf Chester?
No, they're not back on board, excuse me. No, that's why I didn't want to mention them.
Well, we have. Oops. Thanks, Phil.
Maybe next year.
And Glenn? Yeah, no problem.
No, we've got Splat Engineering back again for another year, and Hobson Stores are involved again with MGs. So great to have them all back on board for this year.
There's that
And again, awesome to see 888 Home Loans back sorting out the Vic State Race. So it's great to see.
It really is great to see, and a big shout out to 888 Home Loans. It is interesting that they've come on board in I'm going to say a time in the world globally where interest rates and things like that, cost of living, are really right at the front of our thoughts. And I guess no time is quite like right now than to give the Big Four a big check-up and give 888 Home Loans a call, get them to take the pulse and heart check on your home loan. And once they've done that, give them your business, because they are doing a tremendous job. It's one of the oldest sayings in this particular sport: support the sport that supports your sport.
Indeed.
And
I'm hanging to go and see those guys. I've got a remortgage this year, hopefully, but we'll see.
Certainly thoroughly recommend go and see Cam and all the team there at 888 Home Loans. I don't think you'll get Cam on the phone. I think he's at a high level, but I'm pretty sure all of his staff will be grateful to take your call and sort out your home loan. Let's have a look at these cars, Sean, as they come around through turn 4. Triumph TR6, I remember wanting one of those desperately. Desperately wanted one of those. Yeah,
we are missing a few Triumphs out there again. There's a few TR8s that are usually out and about, but yeah, look, the TR7 of St John Cox there, again, back out and having a ball.
So the car's just trundling in behind there. Phil Chester just looking for some clean air. The time has elapsed, and I dare say, I'm just trying to get a bit of a look. Still holding the safety car sign out. I'm not sure that we're going to get a checkered flag at the same time as they come around. It's going to be at least one more lap, apparently. So, we're going to restart. So that'll be good. We will get back underway, and it'll be it'll be a club sprint, won't it? Really, it'll be like a one lap, flag to flag, bang, there you go. And Phil Chester getting himself nice and comfortable. Just a bit of a reef on the belts, and everyone will be doing that just to make sure they're comfortable while we're in this, I guess, nullified state for the race at the moment. Get yourself ready for a real charge at it. Build it up. Lights are out on the safety car, and it exits. We're now under the control of Phil Chester. The green flag is being presented, and he's controlling the field, and away we go. Does not delay. And the 60 heads straight back out after him, of course, coming around on lap number 10 for Chester. Milligan completed. Danny Siama there as well. So going with them at this point in time, you cannot overtake until you've got that control line behind you. And no last lap board, we're just being told. So obviously 2 more. So let's hope that Well, particularly Danny Siama's given it a good fill on the fuel to go an extra lap in this race.
I hope so too, yeah. Look, these are definitely where you can see some interesting laps. Tyres cool down, brakes cool down. Some things can happen when drivers just push for the last 2 laps. We've seen a bit of a battle there of David Mottram and Peter Rose just as they go out of turn 4.
Geez, David Mottram's been at it for a while with these things, hasn't he, as well?
Since 1986, Darren.
Yeah.
He was out there pushing MG racing in 86. I know because I was born in 86, so I keep getting told that it started then. So, like, no, massive credit to people like David Mottram who are still involved in this sort of sport, and it's just great to see him out there having fun.
It certainly is, and that's what that's what the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships are all about. And you get some really vibrant groups like the MG Racing group and the Racing Register as well, as it's known. They do a great job promoting the sport and promoting a great feeling around it. Sometimes racing can be a bit testy out on track when you're going for the win or you're going for the position. But
even in midfield, Darren, just like you've seen just off screen there with Chris Gidney and Tony Volibert and the 2 modern ZRs out from the UK, and as they just take the last lap board, you see them dicing around 2 so similar cars that really it just comes down to driver at that point, and they're having a ball midfield, so it's great to see.
Geez, reminiscence of Tom Hutchinson and the Dr. Mort going around in there too, triumphing their MG, just watching that MG bobble down through turns 3 and 4. It is the car, isn't it? It is Mort's MG coming on the back straight.
Unfortunately, yeah, it will always be known as Mort's old car, but look, not to discredit Richard. He's done well to keep this thing going and get it back out on track after a few years hiatus, but look, it's great to see the car out and about.
It is. It'd be nice to see Tom's Triumph back out racing as well.
It would, yeah. I'm not sure where that is anymore. I think he put all the running gear into his TVR Tuscan.
Yeah.
So, look, that car's probably no more, but yeah, gone but not forgotten.
Yeah, that's true. Absolutely. As we charge down now, the checkered flag is at the ready. And Phil Chester, who did a terrific job in qualifying, does a terrific job from fence to fence at the Victorian State Series, and he takes the checkered flag and race number 1 for the season in the MG Racing, and for Bennett Signs takes it P1, and he'll take it over Richard Milligan in that magnificent red MG there as well. This is the battle as we're starting to work our way to the line. Where's Danny? He's
I think Danny's just behind this lot. They caught up with a few back markers as they were pushing each other around, that little group of Danny Siama and Mike Trathen and Gary Bulmer. There they are, just coming onto the front straight there in the background.
So Danny gets home in P2. It'll be Mike Trathen and Gary Bulmer. And very, very happy indeed.
Oh, that's great stuff. Danny will be over the moon with that result.
It is good.
Good for the mechanic as well.
Get the number 15 as mechanic celebrating his head off. Well done, Sean. Pat on the back.
Just quietly, that GT6 of Gary, he's made up about 6 positions, I think you'll find, through that race. So, again, amazing to see Gary doing so well in that car.
So, checkered flag has dropped, and we will clarify those positions for you. A good run there, as we've still got, this is the cars coming around their warm down lap. Phil Chester takes the win in the number 72, the Monty Power MG VGT V8 to Richard Milligan, also in the MG V8, Danny Siama. Also with the V8, very, very happy Sean Hurley right next to me, who does a lot of work on that car. Car number 1, Michael Trathen, comes home and heads off on his assault to defend the title. Gary Bulmer, Rodney Wells, Henk Zwardeven in there in number 6. Chris Gidney, well done to Chris to get home in 8th there. Beats home Anthony Bollebrek and Gary Gibson rounding out our 10. John Makem, good return in the number 33. Jason Edwards, Peter Rose, Adam Ailiff, Shirley St John Cox, James Dodd, Dave Mottram in 17th place there. Jeff Pike, Jason Holmes, and Simon Elliott didn't take the starter's flag. And Phil Chester, a 1:17.3649, fastest lap of that race. The cars coming around. Sean Hurley, thank you very much for your time, and hopefully we've got you back here tomorrow for 2 more races. The MG and invited British cars. A nice leisurely 11:45 start tomorrow.
I might have a sleep in if you don't mind. No, look, thank you very much, Darren, and massive thanks to Blendline again. It's this sort of thing doesn't happen easily, as we all know, and it's just great to see you back here at Vic State level.
Excellent stuff. Thank you, Sean. We have got plenty of racing still to go. Next, Formula Fords, the stars of the future. If you want to start in this game and you want to make your way on, you've got to drive a Formula Ford at some stage in your career. Callum Brannigan will join me in just a couple of moments for Formula Ford's On Track. Welcome back trackside, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, we're running the fabulous Metabo raffle for those here at the track. The cordless impact gun set, $5 for one ticket, $10 for 3 tickets, and the super duper Dave Amor special, 6 tickets for 20. So Dave's taken full pleasure on that one. Cash or credit card down in the paddock office in the garage next to the control tower. The tickets will be sold until 10 a.m. on Sunday morning, and all proceeds going to keep this broadcast going very, very well, live and strong. I'm Darren Smith, being joined for the first time in season 2024. The guy that normally hosts the broadcast but has a very, very busy motorsport life. Callum Brannigan, you've been to Retro Rally Festival out in Kilsyth this morning.
Indeed. Good afternoon, Darren. Hello, everybody around the circuit and tuning in from home on the Blendline TV broadcast. You can see this fantastic spider cam, if you'd want to call it that, overlooking the start-finish line here. A fantastic initiative from Blendline TV, and they're working tirelessly behind the scenes. Give us a wave if you can hear us there. You can see the officials just scoping out the camera. So it's great to see these initiatives being brought to state racing. Obviously, state racing we've known and enjoyed. How many years has it been for you now, Darren? For me, it's been about 16 years of affiliation with the Victorian State Race Series.
1982.
1982. So that's a lot longer than me. Sorry, Darren. But yes.
What is that? That's like 38 years.
Yeah, get the calculator out.
Yeah.
Not enough power to run that one for that calculation. But you can see it's looking very warm out there. Here at Sandown. And to answer your original statement, Darren, yes, indeed, was at Retro Rally this morning. A fantastic little event, some old WRC cars, some classics, Ferrari even, running around the Bayswater METEC facility. Here is a track, Matt. We are, of course, in Victoria. We are near Melbourne, just about 30 kilometres southeast of the CBD. And here is the 13-turn Sandown Raceway, the historic venue. We've seen so much race action, both in national competition and state level competition, over the long legacy of this circuit. And think of it as 2 drag strips with a bunch of corners in between. Darren, big braking sectors, and as you can see, thrills and spills, where we saw 2 XLs rolling at the same time at turn 1 last year, coming up to the S's at turns 2 and turn 3. For us, another quick stab on the brakes around turn 4 and up the long back straight. You sit back, engage top gear, and you head over the hill as you come up to the very fast sweeping left-hander at turn 6, 7 and 8, and then deep under brakes into turn 9. The Saloon cars, they'll be coming up after Formula Ford for their opening race of the weekend as well. And just a handful of corners remaining to come onto the main straight. Always love coming to Sandown, and we're very happy to be here for the opening round of the Victorian State Race Series. A lap record was set by John Martin in the Nest 5000.
Who's actually here trackside with us
Is here this weekend. He's working with Mike Ball and the Spectrum team, helping the young stars of tomorrow, helping them develop into racing drivers of the future. This is, of course, Formula Ford. More than 50 years of history in Australia, and got a long legacy as well, just like Sandown International Motor Raceway in grooming young racing talent from go-karts through to circuit racing. On pole position in the number 69 car is Cody Mains-Ruddy. He's in the PCR Australia Spectrum. He starts on the front row alongside Liam Locono. In the Fork Logic Miguel, the number 43 machine. Jack Bussey in the number 74 machine. He's on row 2, which he shares with Eddie Bezic. The car is prepared by Synergy Motorsport.
Great looking field of cars as we go back down to Bailey Collins in position number 5, Zach Lobko in 6, Lockie Strickland in the 147 out of position number 7, Bill Lowing or William Lowing out of New South Wales here in position number 8, Daniel Progas in the number 27. Boy, that's making a statement, running the Alan Jones Casey Stoner World Championship number in Formula Ford, the number 27. Lachlan Evanet, then it's Imogen Radburn, also out of New South Wales, joining us there. Jamie Rowe in the 48 out of position number 12. Fraser High, Victorian there as well. Ethan Fitzgerald back to Carly Fleming. Jack Wynack and Logan Everly rounds out our Ecotech engine cars, Zetech engine cars. And we go back to the Kent engine 1600 cars, which is Richard Davison out involved there, who's won the championship a couple of years ago. Done a terrific job. You can catch up with all Richard's tales on the Grassroots Racing podcast on Speed Cafe there as well. Andrew Tortle, Peter Fitzgerald in the number 17. I thought Peter had pulled the pin on racing, but he's back again. Great to have him there and always in the mix. Jared Dumas back to Mark Zellner, who won 3rd place in this category at the end of last year. Was very, very happy at the gala dinner at the Manningham Hotel at the end of last year, taking his trophy. Adrian Wilkinson back to Malcolm Ostler, James Hagan, Malcolm Coleman and Phil Marinon. In car number 70, Phil down the tail end of the field, a guy that does a lot of work behind the scenes and has done for many, many years for Formula Ford racing across Australia. 20 minutes to go for this race. In fact, there's about 16 and a half minutes left to go, and the field looks very much set to go. Callum Brannigan.
Very excited for this one, Darren. Have a look at that shot. You can see them lining up down all the way around the corner here. We've got a healthy field of 29 Formula Fords across the Duratec and the Kent classes. But there is your front row. It's Cody Mains-Ruddy on the right-hand side there, alongside Loa Kono in the number 43 machine to his right-hand side. And you can hear the revs are rising. They're getting a little bit anxious just prior to this race getting underway. And you can see the officials there. It's a big thanks to the MG Car Club of Victoria for putting on this event here this weekend. Sunny, clear blue skies. It's about 27 degrees out there.
Boy, it's a long hole, Callum. They are on the rev limiter there and drive off from the line. That was a massive hole. That was such a long, long time to hold them banging on the rev limiter. The field gets away. There go the Kent engine cars. I said Zetech and Duratec. Whatever it was. They're actually Duratec engines in this front end of the field. Let's have a look who gets through turn 1 cleanly for the first time in the Victorian Series.
starting to go the Kent cars in the back of the field there, Darren. They're almost 4 wide as they go into turn 1, and you can see Lower Kono is actually taking the initiative here. He's got a much better start up the inside. Zach Lobko, he relegates Jack Bussey back a position. Bailey Collins as well is going to capitalise on that compromised exit there for Jack Bussey. So he's down from Queensland, a very polite young man doing a fantastic job in Formula Ford, side by side through the heat haze up the back straight for the first time. And it's Lower Kono who's still doing a fantastic job in that black and white. McGale spearing across the inside there, running side by side there is Zach Lobko and Bailey Collins. Collins rocking a new set of wheels this weekend, a new set of black rims, looking very good in that chrome blue and white car, and he's relegated Zach Lobko back a position. So Zach Lobko there on screen, he is in the sandwich there as they come onto the main straight. A very clean opening lap racing for the Formula Fords as they come up the main straight for the first time at racing speed. Look at them go spearing past the Spider Cam, and there is confirmation Mains Ruddy back up the head of the field. But I suspect these positions will change as they continue to dice throughout this race. Down, we've got just under 13 minutes remaining, and Eddie Bezic there in the black and blue Spectrum, the number 31 car as they come through turns 2, 3 and 4. Sharp left-hander coming onto the back straight. Look how close to the concrete they get as well. Yeah, this is the first race of the season, it should be said, Darren, and staggered by how clean and how well these young guys and girls are driving out there at Sandown. Now, of course, they've done a lot of testing during the off-season as well, depending on how much budget they've got. But look at the conga line. They are searching for the slipstream, and it looks like Lobko here is leading this battle as well. So that's Lachlan Strickland is having a look up the inside.
He's doing a ripping job too, Callum.
Yeah.
Strickland has been watching him over this
and that
opening stanza.
Like a car that might have been spearing off into the sand there. Might have mistaken that one, so that was a bit of a moment there for someone, but Bailey Collins is still forging ahead. I was just going to say before as well, Will Lowing is all over the back of Lachlan Strickland, so that's a great battle to keep an eye out for. Now, Formula Ford racing around Sandown always produces great racing, Darren. It's just like Phillip Island in terms of the slipstream is so crucial for the drivers to be able to take maximum advantage. Up around the outside there, that is Eddie Bezic. That's a class move going into the off-camber turn 1, the left-hander, and it looks like Jack Bussey.
Lockie Strickland got hung out to dry there. He went to the inside there, hoping the field would follow him through there. That's not good. We've got 3 cars tangled up. That's the 88 in the mix there. Lockie Eminent arrived at the scene there. Zach Lobko was going okay. It's the 53, I think, of Will Lowing. It is. Will Lowing was joining Lockie Strickland to run through the field there, and it's come to a massive halt down there at turn number 3. That's really sad for Will Lowing, the New South Wales racer. We've got our first safety car for Formula Ford for the season here. They've done such a tremendous job to get around the first 2 laps, and it has all come to nothing at this point in time. Field slows down dramatically exiting Dandenong Road, and they have acknowledged that the safety car has come out. That's a real shame. Didn't look to be a lot of damage, Callum, but these cars are quite fragile. They do look like toothpicks holding wheels out on their extremities, but very, very strong when they're used through the plane of load, if you like, when how the suspension's supposed to work. But if they start getting a bit of wheel-to-wheel action or hit anything like that, they tend to break, and they are designed to do so at stress points on that to absorb those sorts of accidents. So that's really sad. That's actually quite annoying that we've had those guys taking out. Will Lowing, a New South Wales racer who has such great respect for his equipment and those around him, mixed up in the middle of that. And Zach Lobko there as well. Of course, we mentioned I was lucky enough to host the 50 years of Formula Ford dinner here at Sandown. And now to celebrate that as well, we have got the 50 years of Formula Ford book that Callum is modelling beautifully here as well. I believe, Callum, you had a little bit to do in the background with the Formula Ford 50 years book.
Just a little bit, Darren. But of course, Phil Marinon working with a few other people behind the scenes to put that together. So 50 years of fame and friendship, Formula Ford in Australia.
This
Darren's
is my
modelling
copy.
it. You might get a job on a game show.
This is my copy. This is my copy.
It's not your copy, it's my copy, so I'll be sure to rip that one straight off you. But Phil Marinon, working tirelessly with a huge amount of people, a lot of volunteers, contributors, contributing photos, information, stories, you name it, just to whatever you can to put this coffee table book together. Phil and the Formula Ford team have achieved that. So 50 years of fame and friendship. He is selling copies in the paddock here this weekend, so if you are wandering around Sandown and you want to pick up your copy of this book, he's selling them for $100 or there or thereabouts out the back of his pit setup. So talking of Phil Marinon, you said before that he is the administrator working behind the scenes to make sure Australian Formula Ford racing happens, not just in Victoria, but also nationally. We'll come back to Phil's story in just a few moments. So here is a replay of that crash at turn 3. So Jack Bussey's around the outside here, and has the crash already occurred? So yes, now that's Zach Lobko. Nowhere to go for the number 88 of Evanet, and Will Lowing stuck out on the driver's far right-hand side there. So 3 McGales, and of course a little bit of damage on some of the corners. So the left rear corner of Lobko's car.
I'm hoping Will Lowing's car could drive out of there. Look, he certainly did get a bump, but it looked like he maybe just got, he's not going to be able to drive out. He's out of the car. So it's
parked up.
That's a shame, Will. That's it's a shame for all 3 of them. But Will was coming through very nicely with Strickland that time through there. So I hate seeing this. As Alan Moffat used to say, the vulture comes around and scoops you up from the side of the track. But a big shout out to our trackside officials and tow truck drivers and recovery drivers, and we've got the medical crew down there as well. This looks like it's going to be an elongated safety car period. Sorry, we're talking about the book that Phil Marinon, I guess, has organised for a whole group of people to get together. Available down there in the paddock area, as is your ticket in the Metabo raffle as well. That is down in the pit and paddock area, or down in the bottom of the control tower, in the garage next to the control tower. Metabo raffle, cordless impact gun set, $5 for 1 ticket, $10 for 3 tickets, or if you want the Dave Amor, $20 for 6 tickets special. No, it's not Wellington Sims at the Carambar Fish and Chip Shop, Dave Amor, but you will get 6 tickets in the fantastic Metabo raffle for the cordless impact gun set.
Darren, when you say the Dave Amor $20 special, it does sound like something he'd be picking up from Ready Roasts in that area near Bayswater.
It does, doesn't it?
VSRS.com.au. That is the official website of the Victorian State Race Series. We also encourage you to follow us on the socials. You can go to our Instagram page, Vic State Race Series, or look us up on Facebook as well. If the competitors, teams, drivers, anyone around the paddock, or who are attending the event or tuning in at home on Blendline TV, encourage you to reach out to us. Chances are someone might reach back to you. So unfortunately, during the safety car period, let's come back to Phil Marinon. So qualifying, we started this race from the back of the grid because unfortunately his gearbox munched a couple of dog rings. So the dog rings lost a lot of teeth. He mistook it for an engine issue and rather pragmatically pulled over to save that car and doing any more damage. So himself and his mechanic, who is also named Phil, working hard between sessions to get that car back and looking as good as it does in that Galloway chassis, which is a historic Australian-built Formula Ford. You can see it right buried at the back of the field at the moment, so he's taking it nice and easy. He said, he mentioned that usually after a gearbox rebuild of that nature, of course, they do drive around the paddock to assess and make sure that the gearbox is working as it should, and they can change gears, engage gears, all of that sort of stuff. But yeah, you never really know properly until you go out onto the racetrack. So he was a little bit nervous coming into this race, but thankfully it looks like they've patched that issue and it's looking as good as ever. Now we've got Logan Everly. He is from New South Wales. He is joining us in season 2024 in Formula Ford Racing in a 91 machine, just going through screen there. Now that car is a Van Diemen Stealth S3D. That's an extremely unique Australian-built Formula Ford out from Western Australia, built by Brett Lupton. Only 2 of those chassis ever built the Duratec engine Formula Ford, and it's great to see it in the hands of Logan Everly, who's him and his father rushing the car out from Western Australia to Victoria, and it only landed a couple of days ago where they rushed up for a test session up at Winton, and have landed down here at Sandown, where they are pressing on with their racing plan for 2024. Now, as we talk to that point, Darren, the 2024 Victorian State Race Series calendar was locked in late last year. And of course, we are here for round 1 at Sandown. Round 2 is at Winton Motor Raceway, the nation's action track. That is March 15th to 17th. Phillip Island is round 3, May 17 to 19. Round 4 at Sandown once again. The traditionally cold winters round here at Sandown, where the competitors, the teams and the officials do it just a little bit tougher than this beautiful summer's day that we see here at Sandown today. Round 5 is at Phillip Island, the 20th to the 22nd of September, and it's to be confirmed at this stage. And Calder Park returned to Victorian state level competition last year as the closing event for 2023, and I'm delighted to say that it's back again for 2024 as the Jane family continue to invest in that racing facility. Lights are out on the Racer Industries safety car, but we are hearing that it's going to be safe, so it's going to be the end of the race with the checkered flag being waved, which means at the resumption of this race will also be the closure of this race, with Cody Mains-Rutty controlling the field in the number 69 car as they come onto the main straight. So unfortunately, that was the event that wasn't, Darren, with that safety car elongated period to clean up the mess at turn 3. But here comes the number 69 car. There is no overtaking before the control line, and he's going to come across to take the checkered flag, albeit under safety car conditions. So that was an unfortunate way to finish Formula Ford race action for this weekend, but I'm delighted to say we've got 2 more races coming our way, both tomorrow morning and later on in the afternoon as well.
Formula Ford will be at 12:15, so actually early on in the afternoon, and then again at 4:10 tomorrow. Callum, thank you so much for your time during Formula Ford, and of course all of the work going on in the background that you've been doing with the social medias as well. As Callum said, if you engage via Facebook or social media with us, it's normally Callum that will be responding to you. So we thank you for all of that fantastic social media work that you've been doing in the lead up to this particular event, and promoting this fantastic series that just seems to be growing and growing over the last few years, and of course being televised around the world. Here's confirmation of results for the Formula Fords.
Cody Mains-Rutty takes out the opening race of the weekend, and under safety car conditions, he is ahead of Eddie Bezic, which sets up a fantastic, tantalising race for tomorrow morning. Liam Loacono from the first row jumps back into 3rd position alongside Bailey Collins. Jack Bussey, up and down race for him, but good to see him in P5. Lachlan Strickland, who was the fastest, Jack Bussey was the fastest person on the track that last time around. Daniel Frugas, Fraser High, Imogen Radburn up into position 9. She'll be delighted with that race, and Jamie Rowe rounding out the top 10. And then further back, Logan Everly up into position 11 in his first race in Victorian Formula Ford competition, 6.6 seconds adrift. Carly Fleming, Jack Wynack, Richard Davison, the first of the 1600 Kent cars, home in position 14. We've got some stories to talk about him throughout the weekend as that unfolds. Ethan Fitzgerald, Peter Fitzgerald, or Fitzy as he's known by his mates, Gavin Dumar, Jared Hurst, Andrew Torty, and Mark Zellner rounding out the top 20. Adrian Wilkinson, James Hagan, Phil Marinon, Malcolm Osler, and Zach Lobko, Will Lowing, Lachlan Evanet, and Malcolm Coleman, unfortunately not able to finish that race. Thank you, Darren. Thank you for having me up here. It's always a pleasure to join you, being your presence, your general aura, your positivity, everything that you contribute to Victorian State Race Series, and very much looking forward to the rest of this weekend, as I hope everybody tuning in at home, everybody around the circuit, we just love this series, and we can't wait to bring it to you as this weekend unfolds.
Fastest lap in that race by Bussey there as well at a 1:16.42, and he was in fact ahead by quite a margin there, 3.3 of a second faster than anyone else.
Oh, and Paul Ziddy, he's not behind the wheel here, and he's also not in the commentary box as well, so he might be featuring at some point tomorrow as well, but he's busy this weekend on a charity walk. Yeah,
good on him. He's doing that, I think it's the Oxfam charity walk or whatever it is. Good on him for doing that. him and his wife, they love to do a long walk, don't they? They spent the entire Christmas holidays walking around the wastelands of the USA.
And no one loves running, but he loves running.
Yeah.
I don't get it. But anyway.
That's exactly right. We love you, Paul Ziddy. We'll see you tomorrow as Phil Marin on pulls up just on the exit road there. So we've got one more race to go. It'll be the Saloon cars, and I'm going to say we've probably saved the excitement factor for last here this weekend.
He's parked it.
He has.
He's out of it.
He is.
Phil.
We'll be back in just a moment as Phil Marinon negotiates his way back up to pit lane. Back in a moment. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Plenty of racing going right throughout 2024, but why not be here trackside tomorrow? We'd love to see your smiling face. We love talking to you down your TV, in your lounge room, in your truck, in your wherever you're going to, but we also like to see you, and let me tell you, it is best to be at the track and have it live and in 3D. It's the way to go. We'll open the gates tomorrow morning bright and early, I think at about 7 o'clock for everyone to get in here. You don't have to arrive here until about 9 o'clock. Leisurely take yourself a seat in the grandstand and let the day unfold as I'm about to tell you how it will. Porsche 944s with Jack Atlee and the sports cars with Emma Dean will grace your presence. The sports sedans will be next. I'll be here, and I'm hoping with Callum Brannigan for the sports sedans tomorrow. Formula V, XLs and VicV8s are next on there as well. And we will have Dan McCarthy and Steve DeVries on air for those historic touring cars. We'll welcome back the national treasure, David Amor. 11:45 MG and invited British cars. Sean Herlihy will join us. And then we go to Formula Ford's Callum Brannigan jumping on board there as well. Saloon cars, and that's what we're about to have on in front of us. And the guy that has had his finger on the pulse for 12 months of saloon cars and just gets a little bit frothy around the edges when the saloon cars are about to come on track. Dan McCarthy, welcome back to the mic. And there's a bit of froth around you at the moment. You're getting yourself all hot and sweaty, ready for saloon cars.
I have been very much looking forward to this. Not quite as you describe it, but I am very much looking forward to this and have been for quite some time. It's been a bit of a weekend of attrition so far in saloon cars. We've had clutch dramas, gearbox dramas. We have lost already one car. There's one that's going to sit this one out. I hope to be back tomorrow. I'll talk you through all of that, but we still have a good, healthy field of saloon cars out there here this afternoon to finish the day. And what a way to finish.
Well, exactly. And look, you and I were lucky enough in August, in the cooler months, in the middle of last year, to call the nationals for the saloon cars. And if there's one category that lives up to the hype, you can't overhype saloon cars, can you? Because they deliver. They go, I'll read the hype and here's some more.
Yes.
You ready? Now you're going to have to rewrite your hype. And that's how they go about it, isn't it?
Well, Blendline reposted that race just a few weeks ago, and I rewatched it.
Yeah.
It was just as entertaining as the first time we watched it when we watched it live. It's a race that, make sure you go onto YouTube, type in Saloon Car Nationals 2023. It'll be right at the top of YouTube, or even visit the Blendline TV website. It'll be on there as well, and yeah, it does not disappoint. It's an awesome race, battling all the way through the field. And of
course, you and I calling all the action accurately as it happened.
Oh, of course.
Of course. Just actually noticed one of the course cars coming up the straight there with Ken Johnson, or Cage, as is written on his car. He's been known affectionately as Cage for more decades than I think I'd like to remember. Great to see Cage at the racetrack, and a loyal servant of Victorian motorsport over many years. In fact, national motorsport is Cage, or Ken Johnson. If you say Ken Johnson, people generally don't know who you're talking about, but if you say Cage, pretty much anyone in Australian motorsport will know who you're talking about. And there goes the Recovernator with Jeff Rowley at the wheel. I love that. The Jeep there is the Recovernator.
Yeah, I did hear that.
They're picking up those Formula Fords, so they'll get tucked away Here is a aerial view as we hone in on the home of horsepower here in Melbourne for the Australian Grand Prix at Albert Park. Can't remember the dates of that one, but we are alive and well here and looking at the action zones, the track map here at Sandown International Motor Raceway in the suburbs of Melbourne, just up the road from home. Down the straight here, you don't want to take that line that the red line is taking at the moment. That's probably going to, it's too tight in the corner. You probably want to hang out to the right a little bit more, but this for this display runs down there, and that's a terrible line out there as well. So probably need to adjust that up to turn 4, out over the ripple strip, up and try and get the power down all the way up the hill here. And I'll tell you, in my little old racing car, it was a massive hill. Some of those Camaros we were watching in historic touring cars earlier, they just drove up there like there was no hill. Down into Dandenong Road, the famous corner, under brake, slide your way in there, power down and just throw it up to turn 10, 11 and 12, 13. Flow your car as best you can without letting anyone dive up the inside of you out onto the straight here. John Martin setting that lap record back couple of years ago now, and he is here engineering the Formula Fords with the Ball and Racing outfit. Great day here at the track, beautiful sunshine, and here we go as Dan McCarthy shakes off the sweat and the froth and gets himself all up and about, ready for the saloon car. Sorry, Dan, I do jest, but we've been waiting for this all day, haven't we?
We have. So, South Australian, Sean Jamieson returns. He won all 3 races here 12 months ago, and he'll be looking to do the same from pole position. He will start alongside the current national champion, Daniel Johnson. Didn't win a race last year, but he won the Victorian crown through sheer consistency. It's a brilliant job from DJ. Came back to Smith, a familiar name to saloon car fans from years gone by, returns to saloon car racing and will come out of position number 3. The best of the Holdens, Karen Prudmore out of 4th. Then we have Adam Lowndes in 5th alongside Jackson Griffith. Then we've got Andrew McSwain and Travis Lindorf. It's been a real turbulent start to his day. All kind of repairs he had to make after qualifying, but he's out there in 8th ahead of Tony Ordino, who himself had a puncture in qualifying. Kerry Bright, a newcomer to the series, comes out of 10th ahead of James Jeske, and another newcomer in Keegan Gaunt. He is first of the older spec cars. Then Justin Shembry, then we've got Darren Kiritsis, Robert Knight, Dylan Gray, and then rounding out the field, another rookie, although he did race at Calder. This is his first points round. It's William Harris in position number 17. I will correct myself. I did say that Gaunt will be first of the older spec cars. I spoke to him just before this race, and unfortunately, clutch issues in qualifying, unable to repair that in time. He'll be back out tomorrow, but he is missing this particular race.
Cars taking their time getting their way around on this warm-up lap. They want to get a jiggy on with this. They're eating into their race time. Sean Jamieson, a 124.43, got himself on pole by a pretty close margin, 0.2 of a second back to Daniel Johnson. And interestingly enough, it's a bit of state of origin on the front of this field with these 2 Falcons. And we know that Jamo's got numerous saloon cars, kind of like Kevy Stoopman had 9 of them or something about a year ago. Bought them all out, got them all ready for racing and sold them all off again. And he's joined the sport sedans, but Kevy Stoopman likes to breathe life into old race cars and then races them for a bit, gets a good result, and they grow in stature and value.
Nash Harris has done a similar thing. Unfortunately, Nash not on the grid this weekend. He's been quite unwell in the last few weeks. We really do wish him a speedy recovery. He is here around the track this weekend. I'm sure you're listening, mate. Wish you a speedy recovery and hope to see you back out there on the grid in the not too distant future. But here we are on the grid, just moments away from race number 1.
Is that Travis Lindorf that's missing out of this?
I think it is. So after all the repairs he's made, it's not come to any good, unfortunately, as we are underway. Good initial launch from DJ in the yellow Falcon, but it's pretty equal between the 2 as they roar down towards turn number 1. 1, 2, 3 Fords at the front of the field, and it looks like it is going to be Jamieson that will lead on the inside line into turn 1. DJ breaks late, tries to hold it around the outside and keeps second position ahead of Kane Baxter Smith.
Ran through turn one, they go, everyone clean off the line. Daniel has got the inside running here, but they're going to go around the outside. The 56 Swift solar car there of Kane Baxter Smith holds him out. Geez, I tell you what, the Commodore of Kieran Pridmore's looked left, looked right. He's been hung out to dry on all first four corners at the moment. Let's see how they go up the straight as we just get a good look at the Darren Costellis entry, the 33 coming onto the back straight there as well, and it is going to be the South Australian that leads the field up the back straight. Sean Jamieson, and he's got Kane Baxter Smith with him. Daniel Johnson short back inside. The 66 now looks to the inside. Kieran Pridmore finally gets the inside of the corner there, but now he's fighting with one of his own General's men.
Absolutely, well, a bit of a lock-up just behind. I think that was Griffith locking up down into Dandenong Road. Keeps it on the racetrack, though. He's got McSwain and Ordino right behind him. So they've kept it relatively clean on lap number one. A few changes of position, most notably Baxter Smith making his way past the reigning champion. I'll tell you what, Baxter Smith has quickly dusted off the cobwebs. He is back on the pace immediately after a long hiatus from saloon car racing.
Great to see Kieran Pridmore pushing very, very hard there. Adam Lowndes poised in position as well, a guy that is normally inside that top three with Daniel, but at the moment it's Kane Baxter Smith, who was around back in the old dial before you dig national championship era, and the 56 Swift solar entry doing very, very good job indeed. Where is Lowndes? He's sitting back there in fifth spot at the moment. The Pro Plum car, there he is, going through there. So the number 19 car pushing on hard as the 45 goes through there as well. That's Bright, and looking pretty good there. Kerry Bright started out of 10th, made up a spot in this opening stanza.
Yes, certainly has. DJ, the lights are on. He is right behind Baxter Smith as they go over the crest of the hill and down into Dandy Road as we see a couple of the new cars. The new look for Shembry there at the bottom of the shot. He's also had a few dramas earlier on this morning. Yesterday he had a gearbox issue, and then this morning a tail shaft issue. He's still got no lights on his dash, but that wasn't the main concern after qualifying. He needed to get that tail shaft back working to make the car drivable, and he sits in position number 11 as we see a good exit from Daniel Johnson onto the pit straight. He moves to the inside line and pulls alongside the silver and black Falcon. Good move from the number one. No, not quite so deep under brakes. In fact, Kane Baxter Smith has outbroken himself. He's run it wide. Oh, he's got a little crossed up over the curb, just about. Keeps it facing in the right direction and holds on to the position. But a bit of a moment there. You don't want to be doing that every single lap of the race, or else you'll have very brown trousers by the end of it, that's for sure.
What if you started off with brown trousers?
You're all right then, aren't you?
Browner trousers.
DJ, another good exit out of turn number 4, this time looking on the outside. So it looks like he's getting good drive out of the corners, but can he do anything about it this time? He's got a good overlap, but Baxter Smith late under brakes once again says, no you don't. Slot back in behind me, mate. And in fact, DJ runs wide and through comes Pridmore. So the General's leader takes third position. It's been a good start to the race for Pridmore. He's made up a position on Lowndes and now on DJ. And already having a look at Baxter Smith. It's a brilliant start to the race for Kieran Pridmore in the number 66 machine. Was always there or thereabouts last year, and has come out with a bang, firing on all cylinders in 2024, right on the tail of Baxter Smith as they cross the line. No doubt who's leading, 3 seconds the margin. Sean Jamieson over the rest of the field. He was 1.5 seconds faster than the chasing pack that time through. He did a 1:25.5. Baxter Smith behind, a 1:27 flat. And Pridmore, is he looking or defending down into turn number 2? I think it was a bit of both. And there we are, proof of that fastest lap from Sean Jamieson. Great battle though for position number 2. DJ using all the road on the outside. And good to see that Lowndes isn't dropping off this pack either. He's about 1.5 seconds behind DJ. And not too far away either is Griffith. It's a good battle, this for position number 2.
Fantastic start to the Excalibur Screwbolts race here for the Saloon cars. Up the inside now, the 66, Kieran Pridmore. Is he going to make up another spot? Kane Baxter Smith covers it off beautifully. And wow, this is great racing. We haven't seen any trouble just yet. There might be in the future, but this is great racing. No room given. But let me tell you, the battle rages on. Maybe a little bit of room given, Dan. Just enough room given.
Just enough there. I thought we were in for a magnificent accident.
Here's the problem, though. Both these cars are silver. We're not going to be able to see any colours rubbed off on each other, are we?
No, definitely not. But yeah, they looked to me like Pridmore thought he had the move done, and then by the time they got to the apex, found he didn't quite have as much room as he expected to have. He's going to go for another send down here into turn number 1. Is it going to be the same outcome? Oh, he's lost it. He's lost the rear. Can he save it? He has. He's run very, very wide. He's turning it into a 4-wheel drive machine. And here comes DJ. He's going to pick them all off. He takes position number 2. That's awesome stuff. Pridmore into 3rd, Lowndes up to 4th, and Baxter Smith has dropped back from 2nd to 5th. He just wanted to stay out of all the trouble there, I think.
I tell you what, if you're looking for some skilled racing, that was it. All over. Bar the shouting then. Everyone gathered it all back up. Yes, there was spots lost and gained, but I tell you what, that is circuit racing at its absolute finest. Ding-dong battle, Aussie-built Saloons, and that is what they're doing here. The 19 looks up the inside this time. It's the Pro Plum car of Adam Lowndes. He wants a part of the action. He sat back off the back of this action for a whole lap and went, nope, I'm in. And Baxter Smith tags out because he's gone from P2 back to P5 in that little battle over that lap. This is a massive race. And don't worry about it. Sean Jamieson has checked out in the front of this field. Last lap around a 1:25.38. He was a second faster than anyone else on the track last lap around. We're just not even seeing him in the shot anymore. He has just disappeared. There he is, our race leader, Sean Jamieson, celebrating his dominant lead of this race in, 5 laps in, 6.5 minutes left to go.
It's certainly been an exciting start, that's for sure. Baxter Smith is losing momentum because now he has Griffith behind him and McSwain not too far behind either. All 3 of those separated by less than a 1.5 seconds, and we're closing up for position number 2 as well now. Pridmore back on the tail of DJ as you see them head out of turn number 4. Here's a replay of last lap. Look at that. It's like a rally car thrown in Scandinavian, flicking it around the corner. Somehow keeps it facing in a straight line and holds position.
You know what was cool about that shot and this shot? I hadn't noticed Daniel with the number 1 on his car as well, emblazoned across the front and down the side. Well done, last year's champion, defending. And isn't he doing a good job? In fact, he's not defending. He's trying to pick up some fuel along the way there. The fuel filler flap is just dangling away in the breeze, as an AU Falcon did do.
Yes, slightly revised livery. Oh, and McSwain and Griffith have come together. Oh, that's came Baxter Smith who's facing backwards. So all 3 of them have come to blows down at Dandenong Road. And, well, it was looking like a really good return for Baxter Smith. He was up to 2nd position at one point, but it's all gone wrong in the last couple of laps. He's trying to hook reverse and get out of everyone's way. A really precarious position, that is. Are we going to go for a J-turn? Oh, not quite enough speed. I was thinking we were going to have a Fast and Furious type stunt pulled off there, but not quite.
It looked like the school pickup in the early 2000s, didn't it? Someone's mum backing the Falcon up against the traffic. Kane Baxter Smith, let's hope he gets back in the race there because he was seriously entertaining. And I'm not saying that these guys aren't going to be, but Daniel Johnson, unaccustomed driving to him. He's just gone, you know what, I'm going to get aggressive here this weekend. I got the number 1, I want to keep it. Let's have a look in the back of shot. 2 into 1, won't go. 3rd one arrives on the scene, and we've got strife all the way around. And they continue on. Here we go, back in the run for P2. Bit of smoke just pluming up in the air there. Side by side, the 1 and the 68 go. We're going to go 4 wheels over the back of the ripple strip. Lowndes follows through, and we've got 2 Commodores taking action out over the track limits.
And so DJ demoted one spot, and Lowndes now on his tail. But yeah, I think Lowndes lost a lot of momentum coming out of turn 4 as he had to take a slightly compromised line with Rob Knight there on the outside. Nothing Rob could do. He got out the way as far as he possibly could, but DJ just had to take an ever so slightly compromised line on the exit, and that's given Pridmore the run, and remarkably goes around the outside at the top of the hill. A brilliant manoeuvre as we come towards the end of this race. It's flown by, just 4 minutes left on the clock. Jamieson now got the margin out to 6.5 seconds. A truly remarkable performance. As I said, last time he was here at Sandown, he won all 3 races this time last year. So he likes this track, does the South Australian. He's had good history here in the past, not just last year, but I believe he won all 3 races the year before as well. So very good history for Jamieson, particularly at Sandown Raceway. Although we're accustomed to him driving a red Commodore generally, moved over to the blue oval side for this weekend in the number 59 machine. And although Pridmore's taken second, DJ is not letting him out of his sights.
A bit of, for Jamo, it's a bit of eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Every time he goes into the shed and goes racing, I'll use that one this weekend, and that's what he does. This is absolute battle royale, lining up for positions 2, 3 and 4 on the road, and so it should be, and absolutely so it should be. Daniel is trying to defend his championship. These two are trying to win one. Adam Lowndes would certainly like to end up on the podium. There's a bit of a punch in the eye there for the number 7 at Griffith, and just a bit of bodywork dragging on the ground. No harm, no foul. Press on.
That's for the contact down at the Dandy Road with Baxter Smith, who has returned to the race in 10th position and not too far behind the number 45 of Bright. So a top 10 position is certainly on the cards, because that's where he's at the moment. He can certainly make up a couple of positions by the time this race comes to an end. And once again, the battle for second position is re-intensifying. We've seen them change positions on multiple occasions. Now it's DJ applying the pressure, and it's Pridmore that slides out of turn number 4 this time. This is what the yellow Falcon wanted to see, because this is what allowed the man ahead of him through a few laps ago, as our race leader laps Will Harris. As I say, first ever race at Sandown for Will. He did take part at Calder Park late last year, but that was a non-championship round. So this is his first official championship points paying race for the youngster Bill. And his brother's unfortunately missing this event. He is here, but he's been moving house. He's got a new car, and with moving house, it wasn't quite prepared in time.
Scalliver Screwbolts on board again, of course, with the Saloon cars. A very loyal sponsor. They've done a fantastic job over numerous seasons now supporting the Saloon cars, and we thank them for their support. Doing a wonderful job. There's car number 1. And boy, he's starting it off tough, isn't he? He's currently on the podium. Would really like to try and run with Sean Jamieson. I'm sure DJ would like to continue and try and keep up with him. But at the moment, Sean Jamieson is just head and shoulders faster than the rest of the field. It's almost like they can't let him get away at the start of the race, isn't it? They've got to stay with him.
But what won DJ the title last year was consistency.
Correct.
Pridmore was faster than him at certain rounds. So was Kevin Stoopman. So was Adam Lowndes. So was Travis Lindorf. But come the end of the season, Mr. Consistency himself collected the points and took the title. It was a nail-biting finish between he and Lowndes, but he had the points to take the title in that final race at Phillip Island late last year. And third place is not the worst way to start your championship defence, that's for sure. There are worse ways to do it.
What is interesting that Jamieson has eased off now. That lead has come back to 3.7 seconds. Last time round was a 1:28.0. The guys that we're looking at on screen now, 1:25.5, 1:25.7 and a 1:25.9. So they are now lapping faster than the race leader, and that gap, we're now starting to see them appear on the same shot, coming into turns 11, 12 and 13 now.
I think what he's doing, we've got 4, 3, 2, 1. He's slowed down, so he only has to do 1 lap less. I reckon that's what he's done, because he's crossed the line with basically 1 second, 0 seconds on the clock, and that means he's got 1 less lap to do.
Yeah, I tell you what, though, they haven't got the last lap board out, though. That's skated by to them. Yeah, 2 to go.
Oh, okay. Not quite worked the way I reckon he intended it to, or do you think that it might be tyre pressures going off, something like that?
I think he might be just drawing it in for theatrical drama.
Well, he's doing a good job.
He is doing a good job. We're talking about it, aren't we?
Exactly.
Exactly, and he's coming back in the shot with the leaders.
Fastest lap of the race of everyone last lap for Adam Lowndes. So the other cars have come on stronger late on in this race. Jamison matched them last time through. So 25.6 for him, Pridmore 25.7, another 25.6 for Johnson. And as we say, Lowndes the fast man last time through, 25.2. So he's coming on very strong, and he's having a look at DJ, look into the inside. I don't think he's going to make that stick at turn number 6. You can't come from behind there. You've got to be at least side by side with them if you want the room at turn number 6. He's closed in under brakes. Oh, DJ looking a little bit ragged there, as you say. And not quite how we're used to seeing DJ drive the machine. And it's allowed Lowndes to draw alongside as they head into turn number 10 and then around 11. Pretty close between these two. They're good mates, these two. Share the garage next to each other. And they roar across the line one more time.
I'm liking the cut of the jib of Adam Lowndes this season so far in both qualifying and in this race. The number 19 guy, he's really coming on well. He's used the car very, very well in this race and bringing it on strong right towards the end. And that's where you need to be strong in the Commodore here at Sandown. And having looked down the inside here of car 1, the 19 just gets out of it, ends up over the back of the ripple strip here. So let's see if Adam Lowndes has got the championship contention within him. I think he has. I think this is 2024, the year that we might see the very best of Adam Lowndes. Certainly 2023, Mr. Consistency, Daniel Johnson, took it up there, but I think Adam Lowndes just seems to have a little bit more desperation about his race. It's not stupid, it's not throwing it all away, it's just I'm not putting up with that. I'm going to stay with you on this one, and I'm going to apply the pressure back to you, and you're going to make the mistake.
Here he comes down a Dandy Road. No, not quite able to. Had a very good look, but thought better of it. I think that was going to end up in contact, so slots back into 4th, but it's not over yet. It's over for the race victory, though. A truly dominant victory by Sean Jamieson, who exits the final corner. Zoomer on the side of the machine, and he zooms to race number 1 here at Sandown. Second place for Pridmore. DJ comes home in 3rd, and Lowndes just 3/10 behind at the line.
Interestingly enough, Jamo was out in 7 seconds out in the lead there. At the end of the race was only 3 seconds. So later on in the race, he did a 1:26 in the last one, a 1:25 prior to that. Pridmore on the last lap takes the fastest lap there. So 12 laps in, he's been able to push out the fastest lap on a 1:25.1. That's very ominous. Adam Lowndes, looking at him as well over that last lap, was the second fastest car on the last lap. So both those cars, Commodores, coming on strong towards the end of the journey.
Huge gap back to McSwain, who rounds out the top 5, pipping Ordino by 0.6 of a second. Griffith next from Baxter Smith. Those two coming to blows a little bit earlier on in that race. Jeske comes around the final corner to finish in 9th position there, at the back of the shot, and then a few more seconds behind Bright, who's actually driving the car that Jeske owned last year. So Jeske's moved into a Ford, and Bright in that Commodore, the white one at the back of the shot, comes home in 10th, just ahead of Shembry. 0.6 of a second, the margin there. So a pretty interesting race to start things off, but no doubt about our race 1 winner. The South Australian comes over to Victoria and shows them how to do it. 3 seconds the margin from Pridmore, DJ Lowndes, and then, as I say, a massive, massive gap to McSwain, over 35 seconds. McSwain in 5th, Ordino, Griffith, Baxter Smith, Jeske, and Bright. Beyond that, a few cars a lap down. Shembry finished 11th, as we saw. Then Kiritis, I've got to learn how to say that name. I apologise for butchering that. In 12th position, and we're winning the older spec cars, beating home Dylan Gray, William Harris, Rob Knight. And then the 2 non-finishers, or non-starters even, I should say, for Lindorf and Gaunt, but they should be back tomorrow. And as we can see at the bottom of the shot, from 9:05 Australian Eastern Daylight Time.
Dan, I can help you with his first name. It's Darren. Karitsis is how we go with that one. Cars making their way back in. Thank you very much, Dan McCarthy, for your work today, along with Steve DeVries. You guys did a terrific stint in the middle of the day. Thank you very much for helping us out here. Callum Brannigan coming in like the rock star to do Formula Ford there as well. David Amor, Emma Dean making her debut in the State Series this morning. Jack Attlee holding her hand brilliantly and doing a terrific job there as well. Sean Herlihy along for the MGs and invited British cars. A very big thank you to Shane, Trav and Dan in the OB van and their entire Blendline TV crew. They do a wonderful job bringing the pictures. All of the volunteer officials trackside, upstairs in race control, downstairs in the race paddock office, also right throughout the entire venue to all of our volunteers. We thank you so much for what you do, and Callum Brannigan will do a fantastic effort this year in doing the FIA volunteer officials video as well, like he did this last season in 2023. I'm Darren Smith. Can't wait to see you all again tomorrow morning. Back soon.